Gentlemen, and welcome to the regular ARB meeting of Thursday, October 16th. If the secretary would please call the roll.
Chair Liebert,
Present.
Vice Chair Pop, Board Member Lou,
Here.
Board Member Malone Pritchard,
Present.
Board Member Guyer.
Here.
Thank you.
4 present. Okay. Are there any, this is the time for oral communication. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak to any item that is not on the agenda, you may do so at this time. And I have one speaker card, Mark Weiss. Mr. Weiss. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is, my name is Mark Weiss, 1788 Oak Creek Drive in Palo Alto. Good morning, Commissioner Chair Lippert, and thank you for your long service to our community in this capacity. I've enjoyed listening to you guys and gals and trying to put in my 12 cents worth. This was published this morning on Plastic Alto. For 4 new mud brick homes on Old Adobe. In 2007, Iraqi-born artist Wafa Bilal, B-I-L-A-L, built a mud brick house similar to our notion of Adobe on the grounds of Montalvo in Saratoga as part of his residency there. I recall doing a photo shoot, analog disposable camera even, with the artist Stacy Carter, a Maryland-bred blonde, who was also Paul Kirkaby's office assistant during her commission term. And I interviewed the Iraqi artist by phone for KZSU Radio, and I had dinner with him and several others, including Gordon Knox, the artistic director, at a Pakistani restaurant in Santa Clara. And I have a picture of some mud bricks drying on the grounds of Villa Montalvo. The other day I spoke to Policy and Services about the underutilized Esther Clark Park, which has a marker in Palo Alto for the Wanabriones adobe that Palo Alto once had, and for about 200 years. I think the park is a $50 million asset, and we get way less than $1 million use out of it. How about park? Just a sign, park. Anything, wayfinding, park. What about hiring Wafa Bilal to build a cluster of adobe houses there as an installation? And then I have a photograph. You can find this on the internet. I guess someday I can learn to plug it into that thing. Look, a very Albert Bierstadt looking storm clouds over Esther Clark Park. It's a beautiful park. I had never been there. I've lived here 40 years. I've never seen that park. Who puts a $50 million asset on a street with like no way out? It's just like 10 houses there. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Okay, are there any agenda changes, additions, or deletions? No? Okay, and I'd just like to announce that at 10:16 today, there will be a Bay Area-wide earthquake drill. So at the time that that's announced, we will all take an appropriate place of shelter, and we will pause, and then we will resume the meeting. So just wanted to warn everybody. Okay, we don't have any minutes, so we will go directly into the public hearing. Continued business, 3672 Middlefield Road, request by Verizon Wireless for architectural review and a conditional use permit, CUP application for the addition of 3 panel antennas on a light pole at the Palo Alto Little League field. The existing light pole would be replaced with a new 65-foot pole to accommodate the antenna on top of it. The lights would be reinstalled at 60 feet above grade, the same height as the existing installation. The application also includes associated ground-mounted equipment concealed within an enclosure, Zone District R1, bracketed 8,000, environmental assessment, categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, 15 15301, 15302, and 15303. And I'd just like to say that Vice Chair Pop is conflicted on this item, so he has recused himself. That's the reason why he's not here, and he will join us after this item has been heard. So if staff would like to introduce the item.
Yes, good morning, Chair Lippert and board members. Thank you. As you noted, this is a new application for a new wireless facility at the Palo Alto Little League Ballpark. It is the installation of 3 panel antennas on top of a replacement light tower. Existing light tower is 60 feet. The new replacement tower will be 65 feet. The existing lighting will be reinstalled at its current height in its current configuration. So this is the second time this item is before you. You continue this item from the September 18th hearing. There were a few items that you had requested the applicant to return to the board with. Those are a material board, greater detail on the ground-mounted equipment enclosure, options for the replacement pole's finish, clarification on the pole diameter. The ARB expressed a preference for the 18-inch diameter over the 24-inch diameter. Consistency in the plan sheets, and additional information on the lighting with an attempt to improve the existing condition of lighting shining into neighbors' homes across the way. So the applicant has come back with all of these items. They have a material board for you. They have redesigned the ground-mounted equipment enclosure structure to be more consistent with the architecture of the other buildings on site. It will now have an asphalt shingle roof to match the asphalt shingle roof of the clubhouse snack shack structure. They will also be replacing the 2 different shingle roofs on the existing wooden storage structures that the equipment enclosure would be next to, so that they all match. And it would have a wood siding, or I think the material board actually shows like a Trex or hardy board material. Siding material, so that it appears like a wood finish. They have shown that the pole would be 18-inch and made the plans consistent. And they also are prepared to discuss more about the lighting and attempts to improve that situation for the neighbors across the way. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicant for their presentation. Thank you. Oh, sorry, missed a whole section. Yesterday, we had a HRB hearing, and one of the reasons for continuance is the ARB wanted to get the HRB's feedback on this outstanding issue of whether or not the ballpark is historic, and there was an application to have the property nominated as a local designated historic resource. Yesterday, the HRB voted on a 5-to-1 vote to go with staff's recommendation of not nominating the property as a historic resource. So their vote was to deny that request, which is consistent with the property owner's desire to not have the property nominated. There was much discussion, but for many of the members, it was very clear, comparing the photos from the 1952 ball field to the current field, that you wouldn't recognize one from the other. They're quite different. The property has changed pretty significantly over time. And the item still has to go to City Council for their final determination, and I don't know if we have a date.
November 10th.
November 10th is the date for that. But with that, I will turn it over to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the procedure that we will follow today is very similar to the last time. We will have the applicant make their presentation. They'll have 10 minutes to do so. We'll then return to the board for a round of questions, and then we will open the public hearing. In order to speak, you need to complete a speaker card and give it to one of the staff members. And then we will close the public hearing and we'll return to the board for our discussion and hopefully a motion. So with that, the applicant, you have, please introduce yourself and you'll have 10 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Lippert. Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon Wireless. Thank you for having us back today. I have a distinguished crew with me. I've got local architectural professional Q Kim. I've got Charnel James, our applicant, and Chris Durand, our construction expert, and Sonia Francisco is here, our historic expert, in case there are any questions on that. I've redistributed my letter to you. It's in the packet, but the exhibits were stripped off, and I just want to have that in front of you. Q is going to go through for you what he's done, and we were very pleased to hire a local architectural professional to help us with some of the ideas that you gave us last time in order to improve the look and feel of the proposed wireless facility. Among other, in the packet that I've given you is a short description of that Q has done about the changes that he's done. We took your suggestions and revised the siding, and Q will describe those to you with a wooden horizontal siding painted to match the Palo Alto Little League green. Changed the roof, changed the grading, put a barn door on the north, all those things that you talked about, which we fully agreed with and moved forward. I've included for your reference, there's a photo simulation showing some of those changes, and I've included for your reference a photograph of the existing clubhouse, so you can see how the two compare in terms of architectural context. You asked us to look into landscaping. It turns out those eucalyptus trees are not on the Palo Alto Little League property. They're on the adjacent Mitchell Park property. Verizon Wireless went out with the city arborist. The city arborist thought that those eucalyptus would have a healthy life, and that life would be extended if those trees were daylighted or trimmed. Verizon Wireless has stepped up and agreed to pay for that trimming as necessary to extend the life of those eucalyptus. And the alternative, Verizon Wireless says, showing on the plans 3 pine trees that would be planted in the future should those eucalyptus trees fail. Not at the present time, because they wouldn't survive with the eucalyptus trees. We've also shown the meter. That was a question that had come up. The meter will be located on the north side of the clubhouse, adjacent to the Palo Alto Little League meter. You also asked us about pole color, and we have included photo simulations of different pole colors, including green, brown, and an acid-washed galvanized steel. The current poles are galvanized steel, but have been out there for a while, and you can see that in the materials board that we provided to you, the galvanized steel and the other colors. Finally, you asked us about lighting. We did have Musco, the people who installed the initial Palo Alto Little League lighting, look at the lighting, do some light assessments for us. They have recommended going with a 14-inch shield. I'm showing that in the last photo in the letter that I gave to you, as opposed to the current 7-inch shields on the lights. They would also go out and at the nighttime with those who want to be present, adjust the lights, not just on this pole, but on another pole, in order to focus them on the field and minimize the overflow onto adjacent properties. I want to turn this over to Q, so he has plenty of time to answer your questions. I'll come back up for a moment to answer questions, and then we'd like to reserve a few minutes of rebuttal after the public has spoken. And I'll turn it over to Q.
Good morning, members of the Architectural Review Board. My name is Q Kim, and I am a practicing architectural professional here in Palo Alto. And I just want to thank Verizon and the Palo Alto Little League for giving me the opportunity to put in my input as someone who is a native here and someone who has grown up here as well. To begin the presentation, and just to reiterate some of the points that Paul has made, the first thing that I'd like to turn our attention to is the storage facility shed that's to be proposed on the site in between some existing sheds. The middle structure there is the proposed shed in between the existing sheds that are currently on the site. Just some photo simulations here showing the proposed conditions. So above is the existing conditions of the existing pole and the existing storage structures, and then below the proposed pole along with the proposed storage facility in between the existing structures. So just to inform you on the design decisions that I've recommended for the storage facility. Previously, it was simply a CMU structure with a shed roof over it, and I've given the recommendation that they actually try to match, at least architecturally from the exterior point of view, to really match and fit in with the surrounding structures to a certain extent. I realize that these are storage facilities and not grand residences or any kind of very easily publicly seen buildings. However, I did feel that to keep true to the heritage of the site and to match the existing clubhouse as well, that they go about doing this storage facility in a way that it kind of fits in with what's there already. I've also recommended that they go with a traditional roof so that it also fits in and kind of presents itself in a way that feels like it's always been there to begin with. These are some of the materials that we're proposing that you also have in front of you on the chair on the materials board. We've tried to go, I've at least recommended materials that are very high-end and nothing that is cheap or nothing that will have to be replaced soon in the future, but materials that will last and ultimately serve the use of the facility. And here's a picture of the existing clubhouse and snack shack facility, which we've tried to match. This is the siding material. It's a hardy board material that's been used to look like wood, and of course that's to be painted in that Palo Alto Little League green. The next thing I'd like to address is landscaping, the existing eucalyptus trees that are there. Those are a part of the overall Mitchell Park plan that was put out by Mr. Robert Royston, and we believe that those trees are very significant and have been planted there for good reason. And of course, they are on the Mitchell Park side of the property. However, we felt that after speaking with Dave Doctor, the city arborist, that those trees would be considered healthy and they should be able to last at least another 150 years as long as they're maintained properly. And it has been recommended that Verizon also try to contribute what they can in maintaining the trees on the side that exists on the Palo Alto Little League Park side, so that those trees could continue to grow and continue to serve as a backdrop to those poles. And just another view of that from afar, showing the new pole on the bottom. Again, not much different. We have stuck with the 18-inch pole diameter, which I've recommended, and instead of going with any tapering, we feel that because of the height of the pole, that you'll have a natural taper as you look at it in perspective. Of course, in elevation views, it does look to be straight up and down, but again, it's all about perception. I've also suggested that they go with the acid washed galvanized finish for the pole, and I felt that this was the best recommendation because it would do its best to match with the existing poles that are on the site, rather than try to introduce a new color or a new aspect of presenting something that hasn't been there in the past. And of course, the radome antenna is to be painted a similar color to that acid washed pole. As far as the electric meter, I believe there was a question on where that would be located, and that is to be right next to the existing electric meter for the Palo Alto Little League, located attached to the existing clubhouse structure. And with that, I'd like to conclude my portion of the presentation. I'll turn it back over to Paul. Thank you.
We do want to answer any questions you may have. I did want to say that Verizon Wireless is still willing to include the co-location condition of approval that we suggested earlier, that co-location require a conditional use permit if that should arise. I know that was an issue for the board. And Verizon Wireless has also agreed to some kind of an agreement to require a co-location, a CUP. And then finally, there was obviously a discussion of the historic review. We feel that the Historic Landmark Board has made their decision, and that there's, and of course that will go to council, but that issue has been resolved by the various professional reports that have been provided. We would like to reserve some time for rebuttal, and we'll take any questions you have now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll begin with board member questions. Board member Malone Pritchard.
Just have a couple of questions. First one is for staff. There was a question, and I should check that all of the board members received this packet. Yeah, so I received this about 2 days ago. And I'm hoping the staff has one for the public's use too.
We did receive a copy as well, late Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. So this report raised the question of the conditional use permit for the poles that's existing, and I just wanted to check with staff whether the conditional use permit for the poles that is existing actually does include the lighting. That's my understanding.
It does.
Thank you. And another staff or city attorney question. The co-location, if we were to add a condition that any co-location on this pole or at this site would be subject to a CUP, is that something we are legally allowed to do?
Thank you. Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Yes, you are allowed to do that, and I have had conversations with Verizon's attorney, and we actually have incorporated it as condition 22 in your packet. 24, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question is for the applicant regarding equipment. Again, from this report that we received recently, there was a question about, there's a location shown for future equipment, and that raised the question of what would that be serving?
Well, that's my construction area.
Sorry, so what that has to do with
Can you
is...
please introduce yourself?
Sorry, I'm Charnel James. I'm the senior planner for the project. What that has to do with is if we change in equipment that is necessary to run the antennas. So the type of antennas we have in there are multi-port antennas. It allows for multiple frequencies on the antennas. Sometimes that needs a change out of the radio cabinets that support it. What those future growth spaces allow for additional battery cabinets or cabinets to support the change in technology without having to change the antenna types.
Thank you.
Board Member Guyer?
I just have one quick question. What's the material of the dome?
Good morning, Chris Durant. The materials, it's called FRP. It's fiberglass reinforced panel.
Okay, I know what FRP is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Liu?
I have no questions.
Okay, and I had one question, which is, we've taken care of the co-location of antennas. What about co-location of equipment on the site? Would that be handled in the same trailer, or would there have to be additional trailer space?
Our footprint is designed for the smallest space that we could use. There really isn't additional space in there for another carrier. Depending on the development of technology, I can't say that we wouldn't have space for another carrier in there at some point in the future, but our site is designed to use the smallest footprint possible and put as much equipment in there as we can so that we don't have as much equipment on the pole itself. So as far as having other carriers within our footprint, there is very unlikely, unless the technology significantly changes, they would have to get a lease with the landlord and take up additional space somewhere else on the property.
And this would be the purpose of the condition, which would require them to get a conditional use permit. So they'd be coming back to you with whatever their design was, which at this point is theoretical. I think we know that T-Mobile and AT&T have already got facilities and Sprint in the neighborhood. So it's not clear who would be the co-locator, but in any case, whatever plan it was, building, antennas, whatever, would go through a CUP process and be looking at, are there less intrusive alternatives and all those issues we have to deal with on a CUP.
Just want to ask staff, is this going to be problematic? Here we are, we're trying to create opportunity for co-location, and by not accommodating that up front, is that going to in fact create problems down the road? Maybe what we should be looking at is having the applicant make a larger trailer or a larger enclosure simply to accommodate expansion so we can plan for it at this point.
I can let the applicant add to this if they like, but it's my understanding that the equipment is typically better to be close to the antennas. This is why their enclosure is so close to the antenna pole. So if there was some other provider that was to locate on the property, it's not likely that they would be locating on the same pole. It's certainly not staff's intention to see another provider locate on the same pole because it's already at the height limit of 65 feet and we don't want to see anything go any higher. So it would most likely be on another light pole if there was another carrier to locate, in which case their equipment enclosure would be somewhere else on the property. It probably wouldn't be appropriate to have a larger enclosure that would not likely be well suited to serve some future carrier.
Staff is correct. The equipment needs to be about 150 feet from the pole. This is to avoid line loss between on the coaxial cable that goes between the equipment and the pole. As we said before, if there were to be a co-locator, the logical co-location here would be to add a 6-foot or 5-foot antenna onto one of the other light standards. I have to reiterate that T-Mobile is down the block on the tree, Sprint is up the block on a flagpole, and AT&T has just put an 80-node DAS network in to Palo Alto. So if we were aware of a co-locator at this time, that would certainly be something we would be doing right now, because that's economically makes sense for carriers to co-locate whenever they can, and to build a shelter that will accommodate co-location. It doesn't, as I said, it would have to go through the entire environmental review process for whatever a new co-locator that wanted to locate on the Palo Alto Little League field would want to do. As Crines and Crines erroneously notes throughout their document, this started out with 2 poles because AT&T was going to locate on the Palo Alto Little League field. They gave up and moved on to the whole entire DAS network instead. Verizon's been working 4 years to come up with this proposal, and we plan for a design that's aesthetically preferred and don't have this planned expansion, frankly, because it's just impossible to predict what the future is going to bring on this in this wireless industry. At the present time, we don't see any co-locators coming down the pike. Hope that answers your question.
And if I could just add to that, having worked on this project for almost 5 years now, when we initially started, we started as a co-location. And there we had 2 back-to-back enclosures, one for AT&T and one for Verizon, that were on the outside of the third baseline, outfield third base. So there is definitely space out there. If another carrier wanted to come in, there is enough buildings on the property that a similar type building would work as the storage structures without taking up additional space. We were trying to get to accommodate some of the comments from the community. We tried to take the pole as far away from the front line of the property as possible, which is why it dictates where our equipment is located at.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll open the public hearing at this time. Again, the procedure that we're going to follow is that I have the speaker cards here. I will announce who the speaker is and who's following up. And you'll each have 3 minutes. I have several cards here which one speaker is speaking for several people. I'm going to allow that. And at the conclusion of the public hearing, we'll return to the board for comments and hopefully a motion. Before we vote on the motion, however, we will give the applicant time for rebuttal. So with that, we will begin with Frank Engel, and he has several speaker cards here. Chongxin Zong, Cray Lian Liu, and Florinda So Jesse, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name here. I think that's right. It's hard to tell who's speaking for who, but I think these are all Frank Engel. And you have a... Yeah.
So Florinda would be the second speaker.
Oh, Florinda's the second speaker here? Okay. So the first speaker, I guess, has 4 cards, I'm sorry, here. And Victor Shi. Okay. Got that.
Good morning, Frank Engel speaking. I spoke to you last time. I have a PhD in engineering and I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of California in the area of electrical engineering. And a specialty of mine is risk management and making sure that we understand the potential risks and anticipate them and do something about them. Before I begin, I have some documents to hand out. First, I understand I can't ask you a question directly, but for the clerk, if any of you did not receive this report from the outside consultant, that the group, everyone received this. Those are extra copies. And secondly, here's a copy of the Rely on Fuel Cell Solutions, the Guide to Fuel Cell Permitting, which I'll hand forward to the chairman, which relates to the ways in which you should plan the site in order to make sure you comply with all the problems. And so this report that I just handed out was prepared by an outside consultant, Crines and Crines from East Bay. I'm not involved with that, and I have no, although I'm a consulting engineer, I have no financial involvement with this project, speaking just as a citizen. And so the citizens group, not including me, hired this outside consultant to prepare a 70-page report analyzing the application so far, and that's what this report is that we just handed over to you. His qualifications are over 40 years in telecommunications and city planning with over 150 clients, master and bachelor degrees in city planning from Penn and University of Illinois, an instructor and expert witness in wireless facility aspects. And so now I will talk about okay. So my position that I will present to you this morning is that this issue is not ripe for a decision because it lacks certain information you need in order to make the decision properly. The information presented by Verizon is incomplete. And so the particulars, the ARB decides issues on specifications, not on promises. And the architectural drawings prepared doesn't show everything, including backup power, ingress, clearance required, trees which must be removed, or protection against intrusion. And no plan is presented for showing access for emergency access and refueling. And the safety information in your packet is for fuel cell module only and does not address the entire system, including storage, refueling, and emergency response. And I am a systems engineer more by background, so I look at this project not as an antenna tower, but as a whole system that includes the tower, the RF power supply and amplifiers, the power modules that supply it in case of emergency backup, and lastly, the refueling of those and how the access trucks for refueling and for emergency response can get access to the facility. So you'll see this sign a lot, and in particular, you'll see it on the sign of on the side of the facility when you end up. The number at the top is flammability index. 4 is the highest index. Gasoline is 3, by the way, so this is more flammable than gasoline. And California Code of Regulations has defined, has 4 different sections on hydrogen, and hazardous material form required if more than 200 cubic feet. And Charnel James, their representative, respond yes to the fire department hazardous material checklist. The quantity is greater than one of these 3 categories, but he replied no to does the operation of the facility involve use or storage of hazardous materials, and that is maybe inadvertently, but it is not correct. So the equipment ARB is deciding on does not comply with the rely on manufacturer specifications, which I handed you a copy of this morning. In particular, the hydrogen will always leak, and I mean it's understood that it leaks. They try to hold it within some amount, but it still will leak even if there's a grain of sand or the smallest particle in the threads. There will be leaking by it, and hydrogen is very low viscosity and at very high pressure, so it leaks readily. This is why the storage tanks must be in a ventilated area. They can't be indoors unless you have special fans to ventilate the area. And this proposal also uses a storage cabinet, which specified by Verizon is not designed as a seal gas cabinet. and is intended for outdoor use only. So this is an indoor for indoor use. There's some particulars on its construction details. Verizon's proposed fuel storage could be very hazardous as the site of an athletic field. Any spark can ignite an H2 leak, and however small the leak is, once the flame starts, it's not easy to extinguish. In fact, it's not even easy to see. And the way you detect a small hydrogen flame is by taking a broom and turning it upside down and holding the bristles around in the air. You can't see where the flame is, but the bristles will catch on fire. And so there is the potential for that kind of fire. A low-level fire like that still burns at a very high temperature, enough to melt any metal. Secondly, the hydrogen tanks must be protected against temperature of the tank more than 125 degrees Fahrenheit. This is because there are automatic there's a burst plate inside the cylinder that protects it from going over pressure, which would cause it to explode and spreading shrapnel. And so this bursts typically at 150 to 212, depending on, there are about a dozen varieties of these, so they're different from each other. But it means that you cannot leave the tanks within sunlight. They'll overheat. And if the burst plug goes, it will open and all the contents will be spilled through the burst plug. And I have a picture here which shows an example of a hydrogen automobile. When the plug bursts, all the hydrogen vents vertically, and you can see the flame goes pretty far, but the actual flame is partly invisible, so it's much higher than that. And so any overhead trees might be set afire, and certainly any roof, any flammable materials in the roof may be set on fire. This is a slide from Hydrogen Fuel Cell Program from energy.gov, and it shows a typical example of a site layout. And if you look at the details here, you'll see that the battery and the electronic equipment is on the left container connected to the tower, whereas the fuel cell and hydrogen storage is removed from it by some distance. And there is a recommendation of at least 10 feet separation between that and anything else. And yet, this is Kleiner's recommendation for these reasons. Verizon failed to address a potential hazard of the H2 storage tanks, and the fuel storage tanks should not be acceptable choice of backup, particularly when a crowd of people, many of them children, are within 100 feet away in the bleachers. And the proposed project does not meet the City of Palo Alto Municipal Code requirement separation of incompatible materials. For example, it does not meet the rely on specifications for the storage placement, doesn't segregate the batteries into a separate cabinet, it doesn't isolate the ignition material, namely batteries, from the hydrogen fuel storage tanks by a partition. This is a slide taken directly from Relion's requirement, which shows that if there is dry vegetation or combustible material, it should be separated by at least 25 feet from the storage of the tanks. So questions are 25 feet, what trees will have to be cut down? Protective fence, how large and how tall? What changes to Mitchell Park parking, ball storage sheds, and Christmas tree sales will be required? Will H2 tanks and plumbing be protected from a right field home run or a falling tree limb? You know, these are risk management issues that one would normally think about. And now the top of the tower. So as an electrical engineer, I wouldn't have imagined that this would happen, but here are two separate pictures of the top of a cell phone tower catching fire. And each time the fire department is putting it out with a long extension with a hose. Now these, as you can see, are quite isolated from vegetation nearby, but if the present design of the Verizon tower is only a few feet away from the eucalyptus leaves, it could start a ground fire. And as I mentioned last time, eucalyptus is very flammable and it's sometimes pretty breezy with the wind from the north. And there's a line of trees that goes directly down behind the library across to the Abilities Unlimited facility for the handicapped, and then across to the Challenger School. And you would not want a ground fire moving in that direction. And if it were to happen, it might happen too rapidly to put it out before it can spread. Here's an item on transportation and refueling. This is one of the problematic areas. The fuel cell operates on low pressure hydrogen and has electronic valves and sensors that can sense a leak and shut off the valves. But upstream of that are the high pressure tanks and regulator, and they're hopefully 5 or 10 feet away. If there is a leak on the high pressure side, there's no way to stop it. There is no valve at that point, no electronic valve. And the result will be if there's a leak that creates, with a spark, creates any size flame, it may overheat the tanks may blow their plugs and blow the roof off the shed and start a considerable fire. So here's a list of hydrogen safety best practices from this website. A storage system should not be located beneath electric power lines, close to other flammable gases or liquids, or close to public areas. Note that last. It should be readily accessible to authorized personnel and delivery equipment, but protected from physical damage or tampering. Only trained and qualified personnel should be allowed to handle the compressed hydrogen gas or liquid. Refer to training requirements listed in safety culture and incident. And so part of this question is, who is going to be making sure that the truck driver who's bringing the hydrogen to replace or replenish the tanks is of satisfactory qualification, and will the fire department supervise them? Has the fire department done training drills to make sure that they know how to handle this kind of emergency? Would they really be willing to do a live training exercise out somewhere away from the habitable area? I don't know. And lastly, fire protection and suppression. Normally, hydrogen fires are not extinguished, and on purpose, until the supply of hydrogen has been shut off due to the danger of reignition and explosion. Personnel who work around hydrogen should be trained in the characteristic of hydrogen fires and proper procedures for dealing with them. So if you look at this picture of an actual tanker fire on a freeway, could we put out a tanker fire in Mitchell Park or in the ballpark? If you look at how they've stopped all the traffic, backed everybody away, and they're shooting the hoses from a large distance for the purpose of cooling the tanks so that they don't blow their rupture plugs.
You could wrap
time,
up your
so
presentation,
my
please.
Final sentence is this application is not ripe for decision, and the following list of questions should be answered to the ARB before making this final decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Florinda Pogesi, followed by Barbara Cooley. And I just want to make one other comment. If you've spoken before the ARB previously on this item, we would appreciate it if you wouldn't repeat your previous comments. What's important to us is any additional information that you're sharing with us today. Thank you. Yeah, 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Florinda Puggesi, and I lived in Palo Alto for more than 20 years.
Could you bend the mic down so that we can hear you?
Oh.
Yeah, much better.
Okay, my name is Florinda Puggesi, and I lived in Palo Alto for more than 20 years. I will talk about the equipment building that present an attractive nuisance to playing children. There are about 1,000 children in the Little League, with many times that visiting this site for games every year. A 13 by 34 foot equipment shed is just an invitation to young athletes to climb, just as they do today on the containers. The concrete wall has a metal roof, below which are security metal grill openings for sideways ventilation. However, full tanks for hydrogen need to be either vented mechanically, exhaust fan, or completely outdoors, and these are not. Verizon proposed an emergency temporary generator plug, and parking for an emergency generator which will be brought to the property and parked in the parking area 40 to 50 feet away. Why is a generator needed if a fuel cell provides backup power? How does Verizon plan for a power generator 50 feet from a plug to transmit power to the plug? Equipment will be in a building separated by a 2-foot gap from the 3 containers on the property. Since the equipment is not fenced, this 2-foot gap creates a space within which young people can play, but firefighters with their equipment have difficulty entering. Does this meet municipal code? How close does one building next to a Certus building need to be considered unsafe? Is the liability of this 2-foot gap covered by Verizon lease or by the Little League? The crimes report concludes that there is no fence all the way around the proposed building. But if Verizon or the Palo Alto League lead put one there, kids may try to climb over it. A Little League field is a bad place to put an attractive nuisance, and is inconsistent with the City of Palo Alto comprehensive plan, because it is not compatible with the neighborhood policy L12. It will be detrimental and injurious to the Palo Alto Little League property. It will be detrimental to the public health, safety, and general welfare. And
You wrap that up, please.
And it cannot be located and constructed in accordance with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if the microphone picked up everything, so if you could give your comments to the secretary, she'll make a copy of that, and then that way it'll get transcribed properly. Okay? Thank you. Okay, Barbara Cooley, followed by, I'm sorry, and Barbara Cooley is going to be speaking for Jai-Lin Yang and Heather Ambler, so you have 9 minutes.
Thank you. I was happy to hear that it's already been raised that the eucalyptus trees, in fact, are not on the ballpark's property. They're on the Mitchell Park side. So some of the concerns around what happens to those trees if they're taken down. I've heard about this is new information that they've had an arborist look at them. But I still feel that you've got 2 things going on here. One, we're relying on the trees to provide screening and make it so that it's not so obvious. On the other hand, you've got trees that are actually a danger, that represent a risk of fire with the cell tower there. So, you know, this brings me back to this is not the place to have a cell tower, both for aesthetics if there's no trees and due to the risk if there are trees there. I don't want to cover the same material that I did last time. It is here. But the thing I want to comment on is I'm hearing on one hand Verizon is saying, and the ballpark is saying, well, we don't want to have any co-location. We're not planning that. We don't see how that would happen. On the other hand, here's what we would do if we do want to have a co-location. Here's how it would work. And yes, there is room and it could happen. The other piece of this is the city attorney has said that we would have a problem based on the 2012 law if another carrier came in and wanted to co-locate, or if Verizon wanted to add more antennas, that we would not be able to just say, no, you can't do it. And I would argue that a CUP, we can require a CUP, but we can't deny the CUP. So it becomes kind of a rubber stamp process to co-locate and add more antennas and more carriers. So just, you know, again, the text of the law is a state or local government may not deny and shall approve any eligible facilities request for a modification of an existing wireless tower or base station that does not substantially change the physical dimension of such tower or base station. The government has gone on to describe the what a substantial change is basically 20 feet in height or 20 feet in width greater. I understand that the city has an ordinance of 65 feet for a cell tower. My understanding is that federal law would trump a city ordinance, but again, I would invite the city attorney to comment on that definitively. And again, eligible facilities means any co-location of new equipment, removal of equipment, or replacement of equipment. So again, whether it's stealth tower or not, it doesn't matter what's being approved today. That doesn't mean that that's what's going to be there tomorrow. And we will not have any ability to comment on the changes in the future. So I showed these last time, views from the library. Could become that, or worse. The other comment I want to make is the city has finally hired Anthem Telecom to assist the city's wireless communications needs, and is in the process of actually coming up with a comprehensive wireless plan for the city that would hopefully stop this intrusion of cell towers popping up all over the place, and instead make intelligent decisions about where these things belong, where they should be sited, and take into account all of the safety considerations, and put them in places where co-location makes sense, where the citizens can have the wireless access that they need without having high-risk, ugly towers in the middle of parks and ball fields and right outside our brand new city, library. So, in my opinion, it's a really bad idea to add a new site with new towers and knowing full well that co-location will be targeted here. I don't care what promises Verizon or the ballpark or anybody else makes, it's almost a certainty that that will happen. As they pointed out, they can't predict what's going to happen in the future. To further that point, it's already in our city ordinances and plans that we should be encouraging co-location wherever possible. So again, why we would put in a new tower knowing that we're going to try to pile more stuff on that location does not make any sense to me. I would also challenge that at least I, as a neighbor who have been involved in this for the last 5 years, I have not seen a definitive report showing why Verizon cannot co-locate on one of the existing towers or areas that are more industrial and commercial than right in the middle of a ballpark. And that's all in the presentation. I did want to comment that coincidentally, tomorrow is the day that the FCC will actually make the final decision on this 2012 law that was signed in 2 years ago. It's been in, I believe, a bit of a wait and see kind of a mode, and tomorrow is when the FCC meets and will confirm that law. So I think we have not yet seen the effects of that, but after tomorrow we will begin to see it. Well, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peter Sullivan, and Mr. Sullivan, you'll be speaking for Willie Lai, and let's see here. I appear to be missing a speaker card for, so you will have,
I only need 3 minutes. Okay, don't worry about it. Hi, I'm Peter Sullivan. I spoke last time about harm. This time I'm going to talk about the threatened lawsuit. So Verizon's lawyer has submitted a document to the city of Palo Alto threatening the shot clock, which we don't believe is actually valid, so to sue the city. Our consultant cannot find a notice of completion. We believe the shot clock cannot be triggered until the notice of completion has been formally filed. We can't find that document. We don't believe it's actually been filed, so we don't believe that that's actually a valid threat. And we would not like to see this process rushed. We'd like to see everything proceed slowly and carefully as it should be. We've already mentioned the incorrect ARB date that was announced, and we'd just like to show you the letter. And just say, don't worry about this. We don't believe this is legally valid, unless we can see a notice of completion. Again, so my ask is that we just follow the process. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Jason Utopoulos. I'm sorry? You're right. It is Willie Lai. Okay, great, okay, yeah, 3 minutes.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Willie Lai. I am a Palo Alto resident. I don't live across from the ballpark. I have a degree in architecture from UC Berkeley. I'm opposed to the placement of this cell tower in the ballpark. I don't think it's an appropriate location for a cell tower. I would like Verizon to consider some other alternatives, as Barb had mentioned, either co-locating or other areas, industrial areas, I think would be more suitable for a cell tower in this location. But I am here to speak about a few things that I believe need to happen before a decision can be made on this topic. If we can pull up my slides here. So as Peter mentioned, with the threatened lawsuit to the city, I believe that the city has had some procedural missteps. Due process has gone out the window. There's been a constant change of drawings that are different from those accepted by the city of Palo Alto to represent the project. So essentially what we have is, not everyone's on the same page, right? What was approved earlier on is different from what the city had approved, what was announced to the neighbors, the current plans. They're all at different states. So not everyone's on the same page in terms of what is actually being approved. Different projects, all dated after the acceptance dates in Excella. So it becomes very unclear which facts apply. So this project, the plans need to freeze, right? So that people can understand what exactly is the plan for this cell tower. And a notice of completion needs to happen. And without that, a CEQA designation is unenforceable. Some of the examples, specific examples, city departments were routed old documentation per Excella versus the latest for approval. A per Excella application was accepted by city, by Jason Nortz on February 27th of 2014. Drawings from that application were routed to various city departments with the following description: request by Verizon Wireless for a minor architectural review board and conditional use permit application for the co-location of 6 panel antennas between 2 existing light fixtures at the Palo Alto Little League Field Zone District R1 8000. The application was accepted in February, yet the project drawings were revised on March 12th, many times again, and finally on August 19th. So as you can...
If you could wrap it up, please.
Sure, absolutely. The point here again is that the project needs to freeze. People need to be on the same page. And the 2 conclusions from the Crines report were that Verizon's created a moving target and the city of Palo Alto has done nothing to freeze the project description. And the city creates a moving target when referring to 2 or more different sets of drawings as the same proposed project. These plans are not ready for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jason Eutopoulos, and Jason, you will be speaking for Joan Dizon, Pam Eutopoulos, Mary Eutopoulos. So that's 12 minutes.
Thank you. So let's talk a little bit about the municipal code, section 1876-10B2. And according to that code, any expansion in the building size or site area of an existing conditional use shall necessitate the amendment of the conditional use permit. Okay, in this case, we're expanding the building size, necessitates an expansion of preceding conditional use permits. So in order that this project be compatible with zoning, according to the Crines report, when the city considers a conditional use permit on a property that has prior use permits, in this case at least 3, the city should ensure that the new CUP does not create an inconsistency with prior CUPs, and this was asked about by the Architectural Review Board last time. So under zoning, just one tool of which is the CUP, you got to ask, does the prior CUP make any allowances, assumptions, or conditions that are different than those under consideration for the current or proposed project. Could the prior CUP be amended rather than inventing an entirely new CUP, such that the prior and proposed regulations are consistent with each other? And lastly, does the prior CUP stand as a valid document? I think the answer to almost all of these questions is yes. So there was a question asked, what is indeed the history of permitting at 3672 Middlefield Road? So this consultant, Crinus, went through in detail into the historical documentation for this residential R1 zone parcel and found the following. In 1952, there was a permit to construct a ballpark. The condition upon that was that it be reviewed annually, and it was actually reviewed once and renewed once. No field lights are allowed, stipulated that conditional use permit, and there was a 20-foot sign limit. The next UP, because they weren't called CUPs at the time, was 1956 for the clubhouse. The following was in 1965 for a storage building. Now it's used as an equipment shed. In 1965 through 2008, there were numerous, to the Architectural Review Board's request last time, there were numerous unpermitted and therefore non-compliant additions. Those include batting cages inside the 8-foot residential setback, 3 storage buildings, chain link fence over 6, 7, and 12 feet respectively, and 3 flagpoles, just to name a few. And then in 2008, light poles were installed. The conditions upon those were no taller than 60 feet, only to be on during games for no more than 2 times a week, games no later than 9 p.m., and they need to comply with the noise ordinance. And now we're evaluating a cell tower, CUP on top of that, and potentially a co-location CUP in the future on top of that. And if we take a look at the track record then as to compliance with these CUPs, so violation was not renewed annually, the first CUP. Lights indeed were allowed in 2008. There was a violation sign limit which was addressed in the 80s. And of course, all of the non-permitted things are in violation as well of city codes. Indeed, the current, at least one of the 4 towers is at least 4 feet above 60 feet. And we're talking about the level the lights were on. If you read the detail, we're talking about the height of the pole. Only for games. You'll see, and you've heard the neighbors complain, that the lights are on in the ballpark in the evening when nobody is there. No more than 2 times a week. You can find in the record that there's not been compliance with that, and I could ask for a raise of hands from the neighbors across the street as to what that looks like. Games no later than 9 p.m. Just Monday, the lights were going off again at 9:15, 9:20, complying with the noise ordinance. All the way back in the original letter, you can find that people are having problems with the loudspeakers. And so the bottom line is a new CUP cannot be issued until the most recent CUP and non-compliant additions are brought into compliant, or PAL simply remains non-compliant with no new CUP, such as the one proposed. So again, here are the lights. This was taken earlier this week. All of the things that were the ugly things on the property that were described by the Architectural Review Board last time, none of those were permitted, okay? So just to be clear. So bottom line is ad hoc incrementalism with permitting does not work for our city, where we say it does not matter what we said then, but it just matters what we say now, is not procedurally appropriate. So the city is considering a new CUP on a property that already operates under a CUP, and it can't just approve another CUP over 3 existing. It must take into account the existing policy for the site in question. There should be no conflict in allowances, assumptions, and existing conditions by the previous CUP, which certainly is the case, as I've shown. So the CUP on the table is PAL would be authorizing Verizon to do 3 things. 1, expand the existing light poles over the height designated in the 2008 lighting CUP, right? Which was previously 60 to 65 feet. That constitutes a violation, right? And even if there were no new, it's over 60 feet regardless. So it would need to be addressed independently. The second point is they're clearly expanding the number and size, square feet, of the buildings on the property. If you take a look at the 2008 CUP, there were 2 buildings identified, and the new drawings identify 5 buildings, right? So this is clearly an expansion, and the original CUP should be included should be amended to include all pre-existing 5. And it turns out that the northernmost driveway off the project site needs to be approved as part of the CUP as a legal entrance to the Palo field. It turns out that that is on the Palo property, on the City of Palo Alto property, and is not on the project site and has never been. There is no encroachment permit, no street work or ingress-egress permit for this. So the Palo 2008 CUP should be amended to show the correct ownership of the property in order to gain the right to egress-ingress, especially when you're talking about construction and hazardous materials. And again, even without the new CUP, one needs to address the old. The lighting poles we talked about, the containers are classified as buildings. The zoning code says a building is any structure used or intended for supporting, sheltering any use. Erecting of the batting cages within 8 feet in an R1 district of the interior side unit requires a permit. All structures and these encroachments are not permitted. All right, a structure is anything that's constructed or erected which requires the location on the ground or attached to something located on the ground. These and other structures certainly qualify. Backstop and fence, and thank you for addressing the shining of the lights in the homes, as we discussed last time. So as of 2014, this Palo field does not comply with its own CUP, and this is a significant issue. So in conclusion, and these are the independent consultant's words, not mine, a qualified professional, this project can't be approved without amending the Palo CUP. This would require dealing with Palo's non-compliance of its own CUP, right? A CUP, even though it's already been adopted and beyond perhaps the statute of limitation for challenges, it cannot be amended unless the original CUP is brought into compliance with all regulations. The city should attempt to amend the Palo CUP to correct all existing non-compliance issues, or it could deny the new Palo CUP and simply allow the Little League the Little League existing CUP intact but not compliant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy Lutz, followed by Charlene Liao.
Good morning. My name is Amy. I'm here to talk about 5 areas that we have not yet addressed, and those are the standard application details regarding the significant construction required for this project. So in this application, there's no details included about the construction project itself, which is very unusual for this kind of application. There is the issue of the cable route of 50 feet with dozens of cables that need to be underground and will require concrete lined trenches, and there'll be scores of yards of off-haul that'll need to be taken off the property. The second one is that policy N51 of the natural environment element of the comprehensive plan states that they have to minimize exposure to geologic hazards, including slope stability, subsidence, and expansive soils, and to seismic hazards, including ground shaking, fault rupture, liquefaction, and landsliding. There's no information about structure integrity in this application, and the depth of the foundation needs to be at least 1/4 to 1/3 of the tower height, or at least, in this case, 6 feet in diameter and 22 feet deep. When this excavation is proposed, an additional approval will be required. The proposed project does not meet this policy because proposed monopoles set in several feet of excavated earth need seismic stabilization, and none has been proposed. We do have some questions about how this 34 feet of 18 cables, and they're each 7 7/8 inch diameter, hang in the structure at 4 pounds per foot. There's no information about how that structure will support all of that cable weight. And then the structure site seems to have 6,192 square feet of parcel 2 property, which was City of Palo Alto land used for the Palo Alto Little League field, and it uses a driveway owned and controlled by the City of Palo Alto. There is no easement for this driveway, so which driveway will all of this construction be using? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Charlene Liao will be speaking for Grace Zhao, Rachel Cooley, and Min Sheng Tang. Thank you, and you'll have you'll have 12 minutes.
Thank you, Architecture Review Board. I'm a Palo Alto resident, and I live across the Little League ballpark for the last 17 years. And I want to talk about the inconsistent and misleading information submitted by Verizon's application. So you already heard, they talk about equipment enclosure instead of a building. But what they are proposing is a building that has a roof, concrete blocks, walls 9 feet tall, and locked doors. And in this, it is subject to more limitations than enclosure, according to Palo Alto's zoning code. The building shall mean any structure used or intended for supporting or sheltering any use or occupancy. You also heard that they have on their drawing 2 buildings, and then on another drawing, 5 buildings. And you can see it in their map, I checked, and the different versions of map submitted. Page C1 is a square-shaped storage building, and page C2 by a licensed surveyor showed half of the building, and then they refer them as the 3 containers in page A3. They really should be clearly identified and consistently identified. Third is Verizon's outdoor equipment layout is actually indoor, and its legend has nothing to do with the outdoor equipment layout. This is shown in A4, and their legend, for example, item 29 on the legend does not exist. And the same layout specified CDPD that is also has not been used by wireless carriers since 2004. And we also heard comments about what the area they are leasing. They talked about 13 feet by 34 feet in C2, and then in A5 they talk about 510 square feet, which is 15 feet by 34 feet. And then there's this 2 feet gap, right? Who is owning to the 2 feet gap between, this miscommunicated lease area? They also talk about light pole versus monopole, and in this new CUP proposal, light would be secondary use, and the real issue becomes the height of the pole, which is the focus of prior CUP that stipulate each light post. It talks about the height of the post can only be 60 feet tall, and here it's a proposal that's separate from the light pole. They also have different versions of 1 monopole versus 2 monopoles. They now keep referring to 1 monopole, but they still have the drawing, and even the one posted there shows a distinct eastern light pole as a thick monopole. Then we don't know if they are applying for 6 antennas or 3. The application Jason mentioned routed in February clearly said 6 antennas, but now here we hear conflicting project description. To continue that, they refer to their application as Wireless Communication Facility, or WCF, which can actually mean anything that transmits or receives wireless signals, such as the building contractor's dispatch or police fire radio. But what they are actually applying for is a personal wireless service as defined by the Federal Telecommunications Act. And even if shared with lighting, the mount's purpose is a PWS monopole. And we also are not very clear how the antennas are affixed to the pole and how the random shield is affixed to the pole. These are critical to specify as part of the CUP process, especially in the seismically active regions. And again, I mentioned the equipment shelter is a building here, and their cables are not shown on any application materials, nor is the route, is the overhead at grade or undergrade. And they lease the area spelled out mutual responsibilities between lessor and the lessee. It's unclear who controls the emergency generator pad and the generator power transmission to the leased area, to the monopole and the cable route. And again, really, to conclude, it is impossible for City of Palo Alto decision makers such as you and citizens of Palo Alto such as us to understand a project with such profound conflicting descriptions. The city should have Verizon revise their application and application drawings to be consistent and to describe the same project. Changing the drawings after the City of Palo Alto accepts the application and has routed it is misleading to the public. And their proposed wireless array is inadequate to deliver the service proposed. This represents a size misrepresentation. They mentioned the antenna as 3 feet by 5 feet, and it is impossible for our consultant to understand and for us too, how it would accommodate PCS, AWS, and 700 megahertz, which with a total power of 3,000 watt. This could require more like 9 antennas plus several remote radio units and 6 tower-mounted amplifiers. So how large this will really be, we recommend ARB require the applicant to show the antenna random shield design and how the equipment fits. And they also perhaps can not deliver its 3G, not to mention 4G services from 3 antennas, along with the accompanying RRU and TMS, all crammed within a 3 by 5 feet random shield. A signal from this limited facility would not serve the coverage shown in their Verizon's coverage with the middle field description, which is the terminology they used to describe this project, right? So bottom line, Verizon claims it will fit 3 antennas and associated TMS and RRUs within a 3 by 5 feet random shield, but our independent consultant does not believe that this is possible. So to continue that, the drawing A4 indicates the 3 components that show the dashed line to connotate future. I believe early on the Architecture Review Board also asked that. They asked us to approve 3 of the 7 array components at this time, and they did not show what the future would be because they really cannot promise how other co-localization could happen, but they are really, again, miscommunicating what is going to be used by them. The scale of the drawing, 3 feet by 5 feet random. If you scale up, it becomes 4 feet by 8 feet long. So the drawing is much larger than is described. And the also drawing shows 2 arrays of antenna vertically stacked, could mean 6 antennas instead of 3 antennas. So the belief is that Verizon is building a monopole that will serve as a platform for the attachment of much more equipment. The recommendation we have for the city is we should require Verizon to resubmit its application and drawings to clarify whether antennas are to be located on only 1 monopole or if antennas will be located in 2 monopoles. If future antennas are planned by Verizon on any of these monopoles, their size and position must be shown with a dotted line on the drawings. I could also use this time to comment on inconsistency with the City of Palo Alto's comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan states, item 3, the plan establishes the physical boundaries of residential and commercial areas and set limits where necessary to ensure that business and housing remain compatible. It encourages commercial enterprise, but not at the expense of cities' residential neighborhoods. The landmark lawsuit mentioned here, O Lane and O Rook, states that the land use and community design elements provides a constitution for the development of public and private properties. That means the property may have temporary use, it may have conditional use, it may have interim uses, but in the final analysis, the property can have no use that will conflict with or do violence to the underlying comprehensive plan designation, which for the proposed project in this property is a single-family residential. So in conclusion, no use within single-family residential comprehensive plan designation should be approved by the city so that the ultimate development of the property will be inhibited or impaired. In the case the ball field becomes not sustainable, of course, we don't want to see that happen. We also love the ball field. It can be readily removed for a residential subdivision or a mansion, but the south side is a long-term contract use that cannot coexist with a single-family residential on less than 3-acre site. I also wanted to talk about the inconsistency with the municipal code. The land use and community design element is clear that there are some 35 identifiable residential neighborhoods in Palo Alto. As a single-family residential property zoned R1, this site is in a residential neighborhood, and our comprehensive plan policy L12 specified to preserve the character of the residential neighborhoods by encouraging new or remodeled structure to be compatible with the neighborhood and adjacent structures. So the city could either change our comprehensive, our designation of the plan site in the comprehensive plan to match the current use, which is open space, and could have done so, but by leaving it as a single-family residential, the city created conflict with the project's ultimate development.
Could you wrap it up, please?
Thank you, yes. So a finding cannot be made that the proposed project is consistent with the City of Palo Alto's comprehensive plan, and the proposed project does not accomplish the objectives, policies, and programs of the Palo Alto comprehensive plan, as it may create a fire hazard, does not provide for the neighborhood's general welfare, and does not create and does create an unattractive and disharmonious community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind just giving a copy of your comments to the secretary so that they're transcribed into the record appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Priestley, followed by Kim Amesborough. Okay. And you'll each have 3 minutes.
Mark Priestley, Secretary for Palo Alto Little League. So a couple comments. I've been the board member who has worked most closely with Verizon and our neighbors. I want to be clear, we're talking about a handful of neighbors who've expressed to me concerns. I know we've seen a long list of neighbors who very eloquently express concerns about so many different issues. But having worked with them over the last 4.5 years, what I've found is having gone into this with the intent to be a good neighbor, which is something we really believe is a value, is we've listened to their concerns. And the concerns initially started off with concern about irradiation from the cell tower. And then it turned to concerns about the value on their real estate if we put a cell tower in. And then to respond to those concerns, we've gone through a number of revisions over 4 years, probably 4 different project proposals, all to respond to their concerns and needs. Each time that we've done that, a new set of concerns were raised, and we've tried to address those. To say that changes have been entered into the project is correct, but they've all been done in, I think, the spirit of the Palo Alto process to try to have a minimalist approach to what we deliver to the community, our neighbors. We're concerned about the safety and care of our kids, and that's really important to us. We would not have gone forward with this project if we were concerned about the radiation or the impact on property values of our neighbors. We've seen studies that show that it has no impact on property values. We've been told and we've seen reports that the radiation is not an issue. When I had gone through about 3 revisions, I asked our neighbors, was there any change we could make that would satisfy them, short of not doing the project? And I was told, only not doing the project. We believe the project is of value to the community. We believe cell coverage in South Palo Alto needs to be improved. We're doing this partly for all of our neighbors, not for the handful of neighbors who are looking for a reason to stop us. We've worked really hard to do this. I urge you not to let them slow you down. It's clear to me their strategy is to delay and defer this forever. And hopefully Verizon would eventually go away because the costs to do this project become so prohibitive. I think this is something we want to do for the citizens of Palo Alto. Little League will benefit.
If you could wrap it up, please.
Little League will benefit, I admit, but the kinds of improvements will only benefit the kids. So I urge you to vote today on this project.
Thank you. Kim Amesbrough, followed by Don Amesbrough.
Chair Lippert, let's see, do you want to take a break?
Yeah, well, if it's possible, just to put a pause on the public speakers for a moment. We have, the fire drill coming up at 10:16. We have 2 members of the staff, Gordon, who we've called, and Dave Doctor, to answer some questions about hazardous materials and the trees. And I'm wondering if we can pause so that they can go at the fire drill.
Sure. We only have a couple more speakers here, though. We only have 1, 2. We have 12 minutes worth of speakers, and the drill. Yeah, it is cutting it a little close. Sure. Yeah, why don't we do that?
I know the president.
Let's finish the public hearing. We'll pause for the drill, and then, yeah, that's great. So why don't we do that?
Does that mean I'm on?
You are on.
All right. Hi, my name is Kim Amesbaugh. I'm a board member of the Palo Alto Little League and am in charge of sponsorships. From the Little League board's perspective, the opposition has taken its efforts to the next level with this manifesto of 69 pages and aggressive claims against the league, all coming from someone who only yesterday was trying to get our site deemed historical because of his love of the park and the meaning of it to the community. This group isn't interested in working with us to build a project that makes everyone happy. They blast us for the numerous iterations of the plan, but yet the reason for these iterations is because we're trying to collaborate with them, to cooperate with them, to listen to their needs. This NIMBY, closed-minded, no cell tower approach, they aren't thinking about the greater good. The fact that the neighborhood will enjoy better cell service and that the league potentially can use funds from this project to pay for capital improvements that will make Middlefield Ballpark an even more amazing place. I know the ARB previously, lovingly I'm sure, called the ballpark, some aspects of it at least, unattractive. And believe you me, we know There's many improvements we'd like to make, but as any nonprofit organization, we rely on donations and fees to cover the cost of everything from uniforms to field maintenance to umpires and equipment. It costs us actually $35,000 a year to pay the fees to the city for the use of their parks and fields for games and practices. We spent $81,000 last year on field maintenance, and that doesn't include the $38,000 spent on an unplanned irrigation replacement that was needed. We basically break even. We're proud of the fact that we live within our means and paycheck to paycheck, but yet it doesn't allow us to look ahead and take steps to improve the field. Instead, it's all about maintenance and praying some massively expensive disaster doesn't hit us too hard. The additional funds from this Verizon project will allow us to look forward, to look at ways to proactively improve the ballpark and make the changes we have been wanting to make, from the dugouts to the bathrooms to the batting cages. After all, our jobs as the Palo Alto Little League volunteers is to leave the league and the ballpark a better place than we found it. This opportunity with Verizon helps us fulfill that obligation. We aren't thinking about ourselves, we're thinking long-term, about the improvements future board members can make to the ball field and about the future players that one day will play baseball there. And oh yeah, while at the ballpark, we all can enjoy better cell service too. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Amesbaugh, followed by Christine Foss. Kristen Foss.
Right. Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Don Amesbaugh, and I'm here to speak in favor of the cellular antenna and to defend Palo Alto Little League. I'm a board member, a league manager, and a parent of 3 children who have played in the league. As a league, we're a group of volunteers working year-round to provide a safe and enjoyable experience for roughly 1,100 children a year. The proposal with Verizon represents an opportunity for our league to have a small but steady income to ensure we can continue to service the community in the future. We are acting not on our behalf, but on behalf of the community. Our opposition, on the other hand, is not. They're not coming here on behalf of the community. They're not coming here in the spirit of cooperation. They have come here to pursue their own agenda. They want to distract, confuse, and do whatever it takes to prevent this antenna installation from moving forward. Initially, they attacked our CUP with the city for the lighting and youth baseball games. Then they attacked the science and safety of the cellular antenna networks. They tried to block this with an historical designation of the ballpark based on falsehoods. Now they're paying to have a lengthy report generated that goes beyond the cellular antenna proposal, but is attacking the process and the league itself. Throughout this process for the last 4 years, we've reached out to our neighbors and the community to solicit their feedback on this project. Our core function is, as a league, is to serve the community. As such, we have continually accommodated their requests. And as a result, Verizon scaled back their initial plans and is now bringing to you a proposal we can all live with. But the opposition is still here fighting this proposal. I do not believe there is any accommodation we or Verizon can make that will make them happy. Theirs is an obstructionist NIMBY argument designed to distract you. For example, they claim a pole is 60.3 feet tall and therefore in violation of this CUP. They said it's 4 feet higher than it should be. 0.3 feet is not 4 feet. 0.3 feet is 4 inches. I ask that when you review this proposal, please bear in mind who is for this and who's opposed and what the respective motivations are. We're here for the community and the opposition is here for their own interests. Thank you.
Kristen Foss, followed by Ken Allen. And I'm coming down to the last few speakers here. If there are any other speakers, please get your cards in.
Hi, I'm Kristen Foss, the president of Palo Alto Little League. I've only been president for the last year and a half, so this project predates me by quite some time. My first exposure, in fact, to the feedback that we were getting from neighbors was a one-on-one meeting at Middlefield Ballpark where we looked at the location and talked about what we could possibly do to make this amenable to neighbors. At that time, I was told by this neighbor, A, the only thing I could do was break my contract with Verizon, and B, that if I didn't do that, they would hate to have to shut us down. And what you're seeing today is their latest attempt to do that. They've been talking a lot about due process and slowing down the decision, but this isn't about due process, this is about obstruction. It's obstruction when we get 70 pages of erroneous report 2 days before this meeting. It's obstruction when Mr. Yotopoulos files an application to have our privately owned ballpark made into a historical landmark, both without telling us and against our wishes. It's obstruction when you see a list of ancient violations to CUPs that he's had to go look up. This is all an attempt to shut us down unless we cancel our legal agreement with Verizon. I did want to talk a little bit about the lights because I think this is a particularly egregious form of obstruction. While it's true that in the 6 years that we've had a CUP for lights, there was a period of time when we were not meeting that CUP. We were using the lights every night in an all-volunteer organization. As positions got passed on, the part that we were only allowed to use it for 2 nights got lost. As soon as I was informed of that as president, we canceled a game for the very next night, and since then have only ever used it 2 nights a week. It's on a timer so that it can't go late, and there's no manual control on site, so a coach can't think, oh, I want to run a practice and turn the lights on. I've given my phone number to all the neighbors. I've never gotten a phone call. What happens is when a game ends early, at 8:15 and the lights are on until 8:30, which is what happened this last Monday. They wait till everyone's gone, they run over to the field to take a picture, and they send it to the city. I have lighting reports that I've submitted to the city to show that we have been in compliance with our CUP since I heard about this. So on behalf of the 1,000 children in Palo Alto Little League, in several hundred families, I ask you to please make a decision on this and let us move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Allen, followed by Mark Weiss. Mark Weiss is our last speaker, so if there's any other speakers, please get a card in.
Good morning. My name is Ken Allen. I live on Grove Avenue. I'm the president of the Adobe Meadow Neighborhood Association, and the Little League property is within the jurisdiction of our neighborhood. I'm here speaking for myself and perhaps several thousand other families who would benefit from improved wireless in the neighborhood. We know that now that over 40% of the residents of America rely on cell service. Now, I'd like to call a spade a spade. What you've witnessed here is a filibuster. It's been expensive, it's been wasteful, and it has not been relevant to the jurisdiction of the Architectural Review Board. So I'd like to talk about a couple of things that are within your jurisdiction. First of all, I'd like to point out that previously there was an approved antenna for one of the towers at the site. Clearwire applied for and received approval to build on this site. There was no opposition at that time. The sort of filibuster you've seen here is actually a lobbying indirectly that would probably be detrimental to those who oppose this particular cell site, because there is always the possibility that they'll put the 125-foot tower on the side of the power substation adjacent to the Little League Park, which would provide for co-location and much greater coverage. I'd also point out that the DAS antenna system of AT&T, which has been installed in our neighborhood, has been reported as being inadequate. So co-location is a future possibility for this site. So I would suggest, number one, that you allow an application early on to allow a 500 square foot larger building than is proposed, and that the tower, the stanchion for the light tower, be allowed to be wide enough to accommodate the conduits that are needed to support co-location on this particular tower. Finally, the argument against the hydrogen fuel cell makes the case that Verizon would actually prefer, they'd rather have a diesel generator. It's cheaper, it's more reliable, it's known technology, the fuel is less volatile, and there's no need to bring in any backup generators in event of an emergency. So I strongly suggest that you allow for accommodation to let Verizon do what they originally proposed. The only reason they're going with a fuel cell is to minimize the noise that these particular neighbors complained about. Now that it's located in a different location, noise is much less of an issue, and a diesel generator would make much more sense. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker will be Mark Weiss.
My name is Mark Weiss. I live at 1788 Oak Creek Drive. It's very interesting observing this. I have to admit, I'm not, I don't have a kid on that field. I've actually never played on that field, and it's interesting to hear our neighbors with strong opinions on either side, and I hope we can come to a resolution that people are reasonably can all live with. That's a democracy. I think I'm going to tone down. I did make a speech September 18th, pretty strident speech. I still basically stand on the position as opposed to Citizens United or McCutcheon Supreme Court decisions, corporations are not people, and I think that applies here, and that I still believe that the corporate interest is filling a void that the public sector somehow is permitting, and I think that's a problem. But obviously I appreciate being able to talk to people on my device, and I appreciate that the leadership of the local organization and the private property have vetted this project and are in favor of it. It'll be interesting to see how it turns out. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Having no other speaker cards, I will close the public hearing. Mr. Simpkinson, would you like to add your comments? Do you have time, or do you want to do it after the drill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are going to be having a fire drill in just a few moments, so I can give you some preliminary comments on what we reviewed, and then if you've got extended questions, we could probably continue after the fire drill. Just so the public's aware, all staff are required to meet at the staging point out on Forest Avenue. The public is encouraged to participate. There will be staff members clearing the floors and making sure that the building's completely evacuated as part of the drill. So just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. My name's Gordon Simpkinson. I was previously the fire marshal with Palo Alto from 2008 to 2012. I have been retained by the city as a consultant, reviewing new projects for compliance with fire prevention and hazardous materials requirements. The material of concern primarily with the Verizon project is hydrogen gas. There have been some comments that have a misperception about the temperature and pressure at which the hydrogen gas will be stored. This is not a high pressure storage type. It's actually stored in cryogenic state, which means it's an extremely cold, liquefied at near atmospheric pressure. So there's not a tremendous amount of pressure that will be released in the event of a spill or release of the hydrogen gas. One of the first things we do whenever we get any type of a project is we look at what the potential worst case scenario is, and the amount of energy that's contained within the hydrogen that Verizon has disclosed to the city is approximately the equivalent of around 40 gallons of automobile fuel. So this is not a large-scale event that could happen in the event that the material is all released. They're actually, the largest single container is smaller than that. They have multiple smaller canisters that are shown on the drawing. So what we've looked at is what is the potential in terms of if the material is suddenly released and ignited because it is flammable, what are the potential consequences? The enclosure that the material is going to be contained within is cinder block, and there's not going to be sufficient pressure to cause projectiles to form. The roof panels are going to be the weak point of the structure, so as the pressure within the building is released, it's going to be released upward rather than outward towards other exposures or buildings in the community. So in our evaluation, we did not look at this as representing potential for a sustained large-scale fire. What you'd have potentially in the event of the hydrogen release is going to be an initial deflagration where you have rapid burning of the contents of the hydrogen, which will be over within very few seconds. And then after that, you're going to have the type of fire scenario that you'd have with any type of equipment enclosure, which is that you've got the potential for energized electrical equipment where you've got some involvement of insulation and other plastics that might be contained within the enclosure. So one of the things that we also look at is whether there are alternatives. As you heard one of the speakers mention, diesel fuel is a potential alternative for Verizon to use. They could also use larger scale battery banks. And the problem with larger scale battery banks is if you have a fire involving more batteries, then you've got much more potential for toxic smoke and fumes to be produced in a fire. So there's always a balance between environmental concerns. And there's our fire alarm.
Ladies and gentlemen, please clear the building. If everybody would take their seats, we'll reconvene, and we will continue with Mr. Simpkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to revise the comments that I made earlier. The folks from Verizon did correct me that the current version of the application does call for gaseous storage, which means that the gas would be stored in cylinders at approximately scuba tank pressures. Each cylinder contains the energy equivalent of about 1/2 gallon of diesel fuel. So the total energy equivalent works out to less than 10 gallons of diesel fuel. And those cylinders will be stored in a cabinet that has a fire sprinkler within it. So if there is any significant heat, which is pretty much the only thing that causes the cylinder to fail, the sprinkler head will go off long before the failure point of the cylinder, and the cooling of the water would prevent any catastrophic releases. So one of the things that Verizon can possibly do during the building permit stages, they can also look at whether there's other means of backup power. They were discussed earlier. Diesel fuel is a possibility. Natural gas would be a very good possibility as well. So at this stage, I don't think that there's anything that we've seen that creates a significant public hazard, and that's what we've proceeded with our recommendation for approval based on.
Thank you very much. If you wouldn't mind just hanging around for a couple of more minutes in case board members have questions for you, okay?
Can do.
Dave Doctor, if you'd like to address the trees and just speak very briefly on that.
Yes. Thank you, Chair and board members. Regarding the eucalyptus trees that are in relatively close proximity to the antenna, taking a look at them, they are truly a historic row that were part of the original park design. They are actually red gum eucalyptus, or silver dollar eucalyptus, Sunset Magazine likes to call them. But they're part of the historic row, and the last in the row is actually in Mitchell Park Community Center, the most largest and glorious of the whole row. But I consider those really a very significant, in their entirety, the whole row is a significant natural feature to the parkland. Proximity to the antenna, the consultant, the applicants, or the neighborhood consultant mentioned the fire danger and the proximity to eucalyptus. The story on that is most of the studies in relation to fire danger of the Oakland Hills and all prompted come from the blue gum variety. Heavy brush and duff, lots of stringy bark on that species. Truly is an enhanced fire potential. This species on the Mitchell Park, the red gum, very low. It's not going to be a fire danger at all. It doesn't have the bark and the stuff that hangs in the branch stems, so I consider that a very low to nil probability of fire danger. Regarding clearance, he mentioned 25-foot clearance from combustible material. I think that quite comfortably the trees can be maintained 25-foot clear plus. If you wanted more comfort to this, ARB or staff could add a condition of approval that there's a 25-foot minimum clearance be maintained perpetually to the entire row for the life of the project. And that would be just periodic pruning that would keep a clear line of 25 feet. We could do that comfortably. Verizon has already indicated the willingness to do that for the first time, but that could be continued in perpetuity, which would be a recurring trimming maybe every 5 years on a pruning cycle. And staff could assist with that. A condition of approval could be crafted quite comfortably with that. But I think the fire danger low pruning clearance could be maintained. And regarding the last element that we brought up of screening, the trees are a really good backdrop. From 2 vantage points, from the neighbors across the street, the trees are a backdrop that kind of makes the whole thing kind of not invisible, but diminished. If a storm did take out some of the trees and broke out large sections of the eucalyptus, yes, then the antenna could become quite visible from the park to the antenna and from the neighbors to the antenna. So keeping the integrity with the trees is, in my opinion, is pretty darn important. That can be done with pruning, though. And with a condition that Mr. Rikas could include here, we can do that. Available for any questions if you need.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doctor. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank members of the public for coming by today, as well as the applicant putting up with such a long hearing. Just so you understand, our purview here deals with quality and character issues. What you have said in the public hearing is important. However, we have our own findings that we're supposed to make in terms of reviewing the project. And so we will return to our board for our deliberations, as well as hopefully a motion. But I want to thank you, and all of your comments have been captured and recorded. Thank you. So with that, we will return to Board Member Malone Pritchard.
Okay, I did have actually just one additional question that came up as a result of hearing a lot of the discussion. The fuel cell manufacturer, have they had an opportunity to take a look at the amount of enclosure you're putting around it? This is for the applicant. And the only reason I ask that is that if they had some concerns about how the enclosure is constructed, that there might be changes in the way you propose it looks.
Great. Yes, thank you, Chris Durand, again, representative for Verizon Wireless. We have had preliminary discussions with Relion regarding the proposed fuel cell. What they typically like to see is as we get closer to preparing construction drawings, they would take a look at the construction drawings and make any recommendations concerning venting or separation pertaining to the hydrogen fuel cell.
But they have been aware of the fact that you're enclosing it and having venting, okay.
Yes.
Great, okay. So I wanted to thank you for listening to the comments that we provided last time. I think you've got some very good solutions going here. I am in favor of the acid wash finish. And I very much appreciate what you're doing to provide additional shielding on the lights and the changes to the design of the shed and the color and the materials are much improved. So I am in support of the project as presented. I do have a couple of items on the findings and conditions of approval, but I'll hold those for later.
Board Member Guyer.
I agree. I like the color scheme that was presented. I agree that the acid wash to make it look like the other poles is probably the appropriate way to go. It's interesting because I brought the question up earlier. It seems like there's a lot of concern about the hydrogen fuel concept. I mean, if that's the case, why not just go back to the diesel generator? I get the impression that Verizon made the change because the community wanted it that way. So, I mean, I've done a half a dozen at least diesel generator buildings that with baffling systems in it that you can stand 5 feet away and you can't hear the thing running at full bore on the inside. So that would be, you know, I mean, if that's a solution that is actually sounds like a win-win, where apparently the neighborhood would be happier not to have the hydrogen system, and as long as we make it so that the noise generation is subsided, I think it's probably a much easier and a much more generic, you know, solution to that. Other than that, you know, with everything I've seen and based on a couple of the comments made by the fire marshal and other things, that I could support this project the way it is right now.
Board Member Liu?
And I can support the project as well. I would say that after the last hearing, I did go back out to the site and look at the site again, based on the neighbors' comments. And I think the main thing in my mind is that the cell tower is 300 feet from the sidewalk, and it's maybe like 385 feet from the nearest residence. That's a substantial distance. And I stand on the sidewalk at Middlefield. Just because of foreshortening, the cell tower is actually lower than the chain link fence for the ball field. It's maybe about like 3/4 of the height of the chain link enclosure. So we're talking about a huge distance. This is not something that's in anybody's backyard. I can understand that people don't want anything near their backyards, but this is really, it's a huge, it's almost a whole city block, like if we're talking about 400 feet. I do like all the changes that you've made to the building. I think my only sort of nitpicky comments are, I think the drawings are showing wood, and I think you're showing like a hardy plank cement board, and to me they're like completely different things. Like to me, hardy plank doesn't look like wood siding at all. It's a perfectly fine material. I think is appropriate material, but I think the drawing should just be amended to show that. And I think also too the perforated metal sample that's called out in the drawings, or the material, it should be submitted as well. Is it? I see metal, but I don't. Is that perforated? Oh, I see on the back. I was just like, great. Okay. Okay, that's pretty, yeah, okay, I think that's okay. Did you not mention before that you were thinking it was like an insect mesh? At the last hearing, I think there was some, I thought it was a much finer.
Yes, we were contemplating that. However, after speaking with Grading Pacific, who provided those samples, that's really a surface type material that you would put on stairways or in loading docks to prevent slip and fall type things. This is a much more durable, heavy duty material. It's also galvanized in that acid wash finish, and it's just small enough so a baseball can't get through it.
I was wondering if you would consider something slightly finer. I'm thinking there's so many kids, and kids climb up everything, as I used to. Something that you can't get a toe hold in where they're climbing, because like, I mean, like, kid could climb up, use that to climb up.
True, it's going to be 7 to 8 feet above grade, though. It's just going to fill in that portion between the roof at each end. We did look at a smaller opening, but we were also concerned about maximum airflow and ventilation. But if you'd like, we can, look at some other.
I would just say, well, we'll see how the board feels. I would say just consider it. I mean, when I was in elementary school, I mean, I was amazed at what we could climb up. Like,
sure,
just like a metal pole with nothing, no handholds or whatever. I mean, kids are pretty crafty. And I think that's all that I have. I think that the staff has been very good and addressed all the comments, most of the comments that the public has made, and then the rest of them I think the board doesn't have purview over, so I won't address those. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank the community for coming out again and speaking on this item, as well as the ballpark group, the Little League group. And I'm pretty much in agreement with my colleagues' comments. The only thing I vary with a little bit is that with regard to the antenna itself, I think that up at the top there where you've got, it almost looks like a PCB storage tank, it's that cylinder. Because it sticks up above the tree line there, it should almost be painted that camouflage blue that the bottom of airplanes during the Second World War were painted with. It was a blue color so you couldn't see the planes up in the air. However, as you know, sky color changes, but I think that probably will read a little less like a shadow of a cylinder up there than anything. And so I think that blue color, might work. However, for the rest of the pole, I think a galvanized, acid wash galvanized finish is appropriate. And the main reason is that will require the least amount of maintenance, and it closely resembles what is currently there. I want this to just sort of go away and just be a pole. And that's what it should be, a light pole. I do have some concerns with the co-location, however. And with regard to the co-location, what I'm concerned about, because this is the crown jewel of cell sites in the city, and equipment changes and antennas change. And many, many years ago, I used to be a Nextel person with the walkie-talkie, and all this technology changes so fast that my expectation is that we are making an approval today that's going to be set in place for the next 20, 30 years, maybe even longer. And so whatever happens on this site really needs to take into account not things getting smaller, but things getting bigger. And how do we accommodate that? And that's really where I'm having difficulty with this. If we allow the CUP for this one, the next one that comes along, I'm very concerned about where that would be located and how it would be accommodated on the site. What I am also concerned about is the agreement with Verizon having this location actually tying the competition up, elbowing them out, and saying, oh, we just don't have any room for you. And so that's my other concern. Other than that, we deal with quality and character issues here, and I think that the proposal fits within the purview of this board, and it's incidental to the site. So any other comments here or a motion?
I did have a couple of questions or comments on findings I wanted to go through. Okay. In attachment A are draft findings for approval. The first finding is that the design is consistent and compatible with applicable elements of the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan. It then goes on to talk about mixed-use developments. I think this really should be citing Comprehensive Plan element B13. B13 is specific to supporting the development of communication infrastructure. So that ought to be our first finding. And in the conditions of approval, planning condition number 19 is correct. It says it's the same color and material as the existing light poles. I do want to be sure that that allows for the acid wash. And that's all. So I would move that we recommend approval of the project with those two modifications that I just mentioned, and allowing the applicant the option to either do the hydrogen fuel cell or a diesel generator. That the finish of the light pole be acid wash, and that the approval be amended to specify that it is hardy plank, not wood siding.
Do I have a seconder on that motion?
I'll second.
Board Member Malone-Pritchard, do you wish to speak to the item? Speak to your motion?
Yes, as you mentioned, we are really concerned with quality and character, and I believe that the applicant has done a very good job at minimizing the impact of this facility on the ball field, and has made a number of modifications in response to our comments and those of others. So I feel that this is the best application that we can have for this location.
Before we move forward with the city attorney here, I want to ask the seconder if they have any comments they wish to make. Okay, the city attorney.
Thank you, Chair Lippert. I have some proposed conditions of approval from the urban forester that I'd like to read into the record as well. And when the applicant has an opportunity to speak at the end, they may also want to address these additional conditions to verify that they're acceptable. The first condition regarding the red gum eucalyptus trees at Mitchell Park to achieve perpetual 25-foot foliage clearance with strategic structural pruning through the following measures. A, the entire row of historic red gum along the Mitchell Park property line shall be perpetually maintained in a consistent line with 25 feet clearance from the antenna for the life of the project. And B, each pruning event shall be approved subject to a public tree care pruning permit from urban forestry.
Board Member Malone-Pritchard, do you accept that language into the motion?
I do.
Seconder?
So do I.
Okay. And I have a friendly amendment, that is that the cylinder be painted or the antenna enclosure be painted a sky blue color, and that to be reviewed by the subcommittee.
I do not accept that.
Okay. Okay, so with that, we have a motion, a seconder. Any other discussion? Okay. The applicant, you have 5 minutes for closing remarks or rebuttal.
Thank you once again for allowing us to give this presentation. I just personally wanted to say thank you to Board Member Malone-Pritchard and Chair Lippert for serving on the board. And as an architectural professional, I'm very respectful of your guys' position, and I just appreciate your guys' contribution to our city. Thank you.
Paul Albritton, outside counsel. I had 7 pages of rebuttal to the presentation, so I don't think I'll make that at all. I appreciate your support of the project. Verizon Wireless is willing to participate in the landscape condition as described. And we appreciate the flexibility on the generator. The generator was originally changed out because of the different location of the shelter and the sound issue, but even the cylinder, the wall, the block wall actually blocks the sound so much that we can easily comply with the noise standards for the city with the generator at that location. So
can you speak up a little?
Yes, of course.
Thank
so
you.
we'll take up. I just said we appreciate the flexibility, and we'll accept the tree trimming condition, and I'll dispense with my rebuttal to the comments that were made, and appreciate your consideration of our project.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? Okay, then we will vote. All those in favor of the motion and the amendments, say aye.
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 Opposed? Opposed? Okay, that passes 3-1-0-1. Thank you very much for your time, and we will take a short break.
Just to clarify, were there any no's?
Me.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Before break, I just want to say that I will be recused on the next two items. The first item because my employer is the applicant, and the second item because I am a stockholder. So I'll be gone for the day.
Okay, we're gonna get going here. I'm gonna introduce the item. 2555 Park Boulevard, request by FGY Architects on behalf of Campbell Avenue Portfolio LLC for architectural review of the construction of a new 3-story, 24,466 square foot office building, replacing a 10,800 square foot mid-century modern office building in the CC Community Commercial 2 Zone District. Environmental assessment, a draft environmental impact report has been prepared and circulated for public review, and the comment period runs through September 5th, which is past 2014, through October 20th. So if you have any comments on the draft EIR, get those in. So if staff would like to introduce the item.
There's a Peter Lockhart card also waiting here. He was here first.
Okay, we're ready to go, staff.
All right, thank you for waiting. So we are here today to review a proposal for a new 3-story office building to replace an existing 2-story mid-century modern office building. The fact that the existing building is over 50 years old and the fact that the building has been found to be historic requires that we have done a EIR for the project. So we have Catherine Waugh of Dudek, who did the draft environmental impact report, and she will be providing a presentation on that to you. This is the first of 2 public hearings where we will be taking public comment on the draft EIR. You have seen this proposal twice before, once in a scoping session for the environmental document and once in a preliminary review application. The applicant has made a number of revisions to the project. I'll let them go into details about that, but one of the primary changes that they've made is the 2 stair towers that kind of anchor the building at each end. The board had felt that they were kind of too large and too massive, and they have reduced those in height and dimension in response to your comments. And they've also reduced the overall height of the building around the backside. The staff had commented that they were concerned about the parapet height for the heighting of the equipment on the rooftop was too extensive, wrapping around the whole part of the back building, and they've reduced that and eliminated it and pulled the equipment enclosure in such that it doesn't add to the perceived height of the building. With that, I will introduce Catherine Waugh of Dudek to do the presentation on the environmental review.
Okay, thank you, Russ. Good morning. It's nice to be here again. As Russ said, I'm Catherine Waugh with Dudek, and I have a short presentation to go over the findings of the draft EIR, and then would be appropriate to open it up for public comment. So do I just click to advance the slides? Oh, roll it. There we go. All right. So as I mentioned, the goal of the hearing today would be to receive comments on the adequacy of the EIR, whether, to what degree the EIR addresses the environmental impacts that the project might have, and whether the public have concerns about how that analysis was presented. So my agenda presentation overview is listed here. Quickly review the purpose of CEQA and talk about the proposed project, a real brief project description, and then review the key findings of the EIR. Oh, and sorry, also talk about the next steps in the process. So as you're aware, the project proposes to demolish an existing 2-story office building, which contains a little over 10,000 square feet and 28 parking spaces, to replace that with a 3-story structure that would provide 24,466 square feet and 92 parking spaces, 1 level of at-grade parking and 1 level below grade, and the parking would be accommodated with mechanized parking machines. There was also a second project option that is evaluated in the EIR called a parking exemption option, and this allowed for or it contemplates the project using a transportation demand management program to reduce their total parking requirement. By doing that, they would be able to eliminate some of those parking machines, and therefore some of those on-site parking spaces could be available for guests and visitors. Both options have vehicle access entirely from Grant Avenue, as opposed to the current office building has access from Grant as well as from Park. The slide here shows a site plan. The project requires a design enhancement exception for the height of some of the elements on the roof. The project would provide a wider sidewalk than is currently there. It would effectively provide a 10-foot wide sidewalk, and the building would be certified at the LEED Silver level. So the purpose of CEQA is to describe the existing conditions in a project's setting, provide a detailed description of the proposed project, and then evaluate whether that proposed project would have a significant adverse effect on the environmental conditions that are described as the existing conditions. Where significant impacts are identified, the environmental impact report must identify feasible mitigation measures that could effectively reduce or avoid those impacts, sometimes provide compensation for those impacts, and then reach a determination as to what is the residual level of significance. Were those mitigation measures effective at bringing the impacts down to a less than significant level, or do any significant impacts remain? And then, the primary goal of CEQA is to provide all of this information for the public and decision makers, to inform the decision-making process and ensure that where there are significant impacts, those are fully understood before a project might reach the approval. So the environmental review process is outlined on this slide. We started with the notice of preparation, which was supported by a detailed initial study. That initial study analysis allowed us to focus in on the topics where there was a potential for a significant environmental impact. We also held a public scoping meeting here with your board in April of this year and used the comments that were provided by the public and by the board members at that time to make sure that we covered those issues in the environmental impact report. We've released the environmental impact report for public review. There's actually two different end dates floating around. I think you mentioned October 20th. That's the date that the documents made it to the state clearinghouse allows for the October 20th end date. But actually, I believe based on the date that the newspaper notice was published, that the comment period is actually open until October 23rd. Just only a couple of extra days there. Once the comment period is ended, we will prepare a final EIR. That entails that I would prepare responses to all of the comments that are received, just either providing additional information where necessary or providing clarifying edits if required to ensure that any environmental issues raised in comments are adequately addressed. There would also be a hearing at the Planning and Transportation Commission for their recommendation on the EIR, similar to what you're being asked to provide today. And then the city must certify the EIR before any decision is made on whether to approve the project or not. So now I'll go over the key findings in the EIR. We focused the EIR on three different topics: cultural and historic resources, hazards and hazardous materials, and transportation and traffic. So I'll quickly go over what we found relative to those three topics. So the building was originally constructed in 1964 and has been determined to be an example of the mid-century modern architectural style. Because relatively little improvements or modifications have been made to the building, it has been determined that it's eligible for listing in the California Register of Historic Places. Which makes it a historic resource under CEQA. The project would propose to demolish that building, and under CEQA, it's determined that anytime you demolish a historically significant building, there is no way to adequately mitigate that to a less than significant level. So the EIR does require, as mitigation, that photo documentation would be completed for the existing building, but remains with a significant and unavoidable impact as our conclusion there. We also found that there's a slim chance that historic or cultural resources, I should say, might be encountered during the site work. It's considered to be a very low potential, but we have identified a standard mitigation measure stipulating what actions need to be taken should that occur. With respect to hazards and hazardous materials, there are issues related to the age of the building and the materials that may be contained in that building, that most likely to contain asbestos-containing materials, lead-based paints, and other substances that need to be controlled appropriately during the demolition procedure to ensure that that doesn't result in health impacts for anyone surrounding the site. And then there is also the groundwater plume, the contaminated groundwater plume in the area that this project sits on top of. And as excavation occurs to create that the below grade level of parking, we've identified mitigation measures that need to be implemented to ensure that that construction process itself doesn't release hazardous materials into the environment, and then also building construction requirements such as a water vapor barrier and garage ventilation to ensure that any of the contaminants in the groundwater don't build up an unhealthy concentration within the building. And then the final topic that we looked at was transportation and traffic. A detailed traffic impacts analysis was performed and evaluated the degree to which the proposed project could increase traffic in the area. We found that there was a total of 246 total daily trips, new trips that would be added as a result of the project, with about 35, sorry, I had to make sure I got my numbers right. 35 of those would occur during the AM peak hour and 18 during the PM peak hour. The traffic analysis found that these trips, once they're distributed through the city's road network, would not add significant delays to any intersection. All intersections would continue to operate at the acceptable levels of service as defined by the city's comprehensive plan and the county, the Valley Transportation Authority's standards. And so there was no mitigation measures that are required under the traffic section. And I should note, we also found that the parking exemption option would have slightly reduced impacts. So relative to traffic and transportation, with that TDM program in place, you would assume that some percentage of the workers would be using public transit to commute to and from, and therefore there'd be slightly fewer trips. So that same conclusion holds, that the impacts would be less than significant. I also intended to mention during the discussion of cultural and hazardous materials that the exact same mitigation measures would apply to either of the project options. This slide is about next steps, but I realized in looking through the materials this morning that I had left out an important slide regarding project alternatives. That's another key component of CEQA, is that you look at project alternatives that may be capable of reducing or avoiding some of the project's significant impacts while still being feasible to attain most of the project's basic objectives. So there were 3 project alternatives that we evaluated in this EIR. The no project alternative assumes that no, the proposal is not approved and the existing building is retained in place. We did find that this wouldn't meet the objectives of the project applicant, though. Although, of course, it would reduce the significant and unavoidable, or it would avoid the significant and unavoidable impact of demolishing that building. We also looked at a building preservation alternative. This would contemplate, are there things that can be done to the building to improve the life and safety standards, or to meet current standards, while still retaining the historic components or historic elements of the existing structure. And we did find that there are some options in there that there could be some improvements made to the building. However, they would materially affect the integrity of those historic elements of the building. So we did find that the impact it would be slightly reduced, but it would still remain as a significant and unavoidable impact. Anytime you contemplate modifying a historic resource, it's very difficult to avoid altering those components that make it historic. And then the final alternative that we looked at was the PTOD, the pedestrian transit overlay district, I believe is what that would be. And that would envision a project that might include some residential units as well as a lesser amount of commercial space than what's proposed. We found that alternative, again, would still have the same significant and unavoidable impact of demolishing a historic resource, would have the same types of impacts related to hazards and hazardous materials, and might slightly reduce the trip generation relative to what's proposed. So it would slightly reduce some of the traffic effects, but as all of those effects were determined to be less than significant, CEQA doesn't require that you adopt this alternative based on that reduction in vehicle trips. So now I'll continue with the scheduled presentation of the next steps. As I mentioned, at the end of the public comment period, we will review all of the comments that are received and prepare responses to them. That would include written comments that are received as well as the comments received today verbally and at the Planning Commission hearing. The final EIR is then prepared. It would include any revisions to the draft EIR that might be necessary as a result of those comments. And then that is the document that would be considered by the city for certification and then could be used to support any actions taken on the project. And once the city does determine if the city determines to approve the project, we would also support the city in filing a notice of determination, which begins a 30-day statute of limitations for anyone who wants to appeal or challenge that decision. So as I mentioned earlier, the close of the comment period is actually October 23rd, which I believe is next Thursday. So comments that are received during the comment period will be included in the final EIR. And the address to submit comments is shown on the slide. And that wraps up my presentation. I have one last slide that just has a question, comments, question mark, but I think maybe we'll leave up the address for now until there's another.
I have one quick question for
Sure.
you, and then we'll go to the other board members for questions and then the public hearing. With regard to the public comment period on the draft EIR, people can speak to that today in the public hearing. And then next week, there is a Planning and Transportation Commission meeting. Can people speak? Is there one?
No, we anticipated October 29th for a Planning and Transportation Commission meeting.
Okay, so this is the
but that's
only
a
time.
tentative date.
Okay, so people may speak to the draft EIR today, or they may submit their comments in writing, but after a week from today, next Thursday, the public comment period is closed on the draft EIR.
Which means the initial comment period is closed, and the responses to those comments in writing, after that date, public comments are still welcome. In fact, at the Planning Commission, after the close of the initial period, those comments can still come in. It's just that our obligation to respond in detail to comments falls off after that initial public comment period.
Okay, so when we go to the public hearing, it would be great if people could identify whether they're speaking to the draft EIR or whether they're speaking to the proposal. And I just want to clarify that, because there's two things going on here.
I just wanted to add one item that I forgot to mention. So at Places, you should have comments from one of the neighbors. He could not attend today, Mr. Peter Brewer. So hopefully you received at Places comments from him. If not, then I can make sure we run off copies. But I had left instruction to make sure that happens. So if you don't have that, please let me know, and I'll make sure that you get it. Thanks.
I don't think any of us have it, so if you could get those comments, that'd be great. Okay, I'm going to return to the board for any questions. We'll do a round of questions, and then we will open the public. Oh, we have to have the presentation by the applicant. That would be good. That's what happens when you sit in the back row. Sorry about that, Ms. Young.
No worries.
Good morning. Oh, sorry. Good morning, board members. I'm Heather Young from Fergus Garber Young Architects. Thank you, Russ and Catherine, for the introduction. And because Catherine's done such a great job in talking about the EIR, and I think you're all familiar with the site, I'll just jump directly to the revisions and changes from the last presentation to where we are today, if that makes sense.
Actually, this is the first real presentation of the formal proposal. The last one was a prelim.
Okay.
And prior to that, it was a scoping session for the draft EIR. If you could, for the members of the public, if you could make a full presentation and do it, that'd
Absolutely. Be great. That's fine. So the subject site is on the corner of Park and Grant Boulevards. It's a little bit southeast of the California Avenue shopping district. So here's Cal Ave, El Camino, Alma, and the rail line, and our site is here, and the site is highlighted in yellow. It is a corner site. Adjacent to it is one of the members that you just spoke to, one of the neighbors, is an office. There's a single-family residence, and then through lot here is a other owner for commercial activity, and then there are some, there's a condominium project here, and then you've got a mix of residential and commercial. There's the county courthouse across the street. It's a very diverse neighborhood. The design proposes that the existing structure be replaced with a new 3-story office building. The building has a below-grade parking level as well as partially covered parking on grade, and it also proposes a tensile roof structure at the top. The project, as you can see from the site plan, is proposing to reinforce the bike boulevard along Park. The existing curb cut has been removed and on Park, and then the curb cut off of Grant has been relocated. So vehicular traffic is now focused on the Grant side. The Park facade now has new trees in bulb outs and parallel parking, and a bicycle parking area that we will look at a little bit more as we move forward. You're also seeing a light and tree well on the project north side, another light and tree well on the northwest corner, and additional trees on the Grant side. The elevations, and I apologize to members of the audience because they're fairly washed out here, but it should be a fairly good graphic in the board members' packet. These are the two primary elevations on Park and on Grant, and what they show is the proposed design, and then there's an orange shaded zone adjacent to, above, many locations where the building has been shortened or pulled inboard, either from a property line or a reduction of mass. And that's in direct response to some of the comments that we received, not only from the board, but from the neighbors, to look at finding ways to reduce the height and the apparent mass of the building. We've worked with our code consultant and with the mechanical engineers to be able to, in many locations, reduce the height by 2 feet, in other locations to move the elevator tower away from the property line about 6+ feet. As you know, the elevator overrun is allowed to extend beyond the roof line. It's a physical requirement, and we've been able to move that mass inboard. Another item that you'll see here is the primary design of the project, which is the concrete board form stair tower with a feature window on the left side of Park, an open covered balcony area with setback glazing at the main entrance, and then the ground level parking is behind a landscaped green wall at street level, and then there are 2 floors of open office on the corner and the tensile structure above. On Grant, you see the wraparound of that 2 levels of open office, the setback terraces, and again, the second stair tower anchoring the other corner. We've also modified the railing at the 2nd floor balcony in response to some earlier comments. It's now an open, more transparent picket system that adds warmth and visual transparency to that area of the building. We've relocated the building address, which was at the corner, over to the front entry. And as we move forward with the presentation, you'll see that there's also a new planter area and a small monument sign proposed to further reinforce the entry to the building as this area. The 2 interior facades, and again, I apologize that the graphic is not as strong as what you see in your package. At the rear facade, there had been a mechanical screen on both sides. That's been reduced 4 feet, and the mechanical area has been pulled much further away from the property line. So now this is literally the most minimal parapet that we can do by building code. And also you're seeing the planter in the northwest corner has been reduced another, I believe, 4+ feet. And it's very faint here, but this facade in elevation has been pulled back another 2'6". So now that facade sets back from the residence, which is here, 12'6" from the property line. And I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but other members may not know, the building is zoned to allow for a 0 lot line setback on both of the interior facades. So we've actually, I think, worked pretty hard to pull back in those areas to bring light and air into the surrounding neighbors as well as into the building. And this is a further graphic of that area I was just describing with the residents. There's an existing fence that the residence has, and the new proposed height of the planter there is, I would say, less than 1.5 feet above the existing fence. And this orange area that you see is the reduction in planter height, the pushback of the wall, and the reduction of parapet height. So it's a much greater sun and light window to come into that adjacent residence. This section is cut closer to Grant, where the elevator has been moved inboard and the wall has been reduced to again help to open up and reduce the mass on that side of the building. And here's just another graphic where again you're seeing the parapet walls coming down, the elevator reducing in width and in height, and the stair tower reducing in height, and then the planter reducing in height. More sections similarly. And this is actually a good section to demonstrate the overall building design. Grade being here, you come in off of Grant, and there are car stacking machines on the ground floor level, 2 high. You go down the ramp, and in the below grade, there are 3-level car stacking machines. You're parking at the middle level, and there's a pit below. The alternative that was mentioned in Catherine's presentation would remove 10 cars from the project as part of a TDM, a traffic demand management program. And in that scenario, the ground level would have no stackers. It would just be surface spaces, and then you would have the stackers in the basement. The other elements that you see in the design are the entry lobby and the 2nd and 3rd floor open office plan, which extends over to Grant, the stair tower that goes from the basement up to the roof, and then the tensile structure. And there's a new tensile structure over here, which is a companion to the main one, and I'll get there in just a moment. Another item that the board asked us to look at was perhaps brightening and enlivening the proposed color palette. What has been done is the more neutral chocolatey brown tones have been replaced with a goldenrod stucco color, and the green wall color at the base of the building that wrapped around the other areas has been replaced with a taupe. I mentioned the semi-transparent picket railing here, which is painted a brown tone to reinforce the wood ipe seating along the pedestrian way. There's also this, sorry.
If you could just wrap it up.
Sure. You can see the tensile structure here. Unfortunately, we could not change the color of the tensile structure. We had several meetings with the fire department and the building department, and they were very clear that the product we needed to use had to be this particular rated product. We did talk with them about using this colored product here because we have wall-mounted fire sprinklers, and they were understanding that that particular one could have a lesser rating to it. So there's an accent color, a pop of accent color. The side elevation on Grant with the new feature window, which was also requested. Revised elevations to show this as a perspective view. The elevator tower now being set further back, the mass being reduced. The board had asked for additional perspectives from the end of Grant, where you're seeing the inset with the stucco and the taupe rear wall. And, oops, one too many. And also from the other end of the adjacent neighbor's property, where you're seeing the setback wall, the lowered planter, and the inset here. There is a little fly-through if you want, but I'll sit down.
Okay. Okay, we'll return to the board for just clarifying questions here, and then we'll open the public hearing. Board Member Guyer?
I don't have anything at the moment.
Board Member Liu?
Yes, so a question for staff. So thank you for getting the copies of the letter from Mr. Brewer, right? And Mr. Jacobs? So, I mean, they're saying that they didn't get notification, proper notification, right? So for the Brown Act, we have to have 72 hours notice, and they're saying that they got less than 48 hours. And so can we be even having this meeting today? And I would make just a comment that there was a holiday on Monday, so the mail schedule, I think you probably have sort of anticipated the regular schedule, but there was a holiday, so I think everything could have been delayed.
Well, first of all, our requirement is newspaper notification of the meeting, which we did, and that was done in a timely manner. We do send out notices, courtesy notices to a radius. We do have evidence that Mr. Brewer? Mr. Brewer. Did by email, did know that the meeting was today, so it's not, shouldn't be. 9 days in advance. And that was 9 days in advance. Russ, you might have more detail on that. But.
So just the detail on that is that the applicant actually reached out to a few of the interested parties that had been kind of in communication with us throughout this process. You know, as we noted earlier, it's already been to two prior hearings before this board. So I believe it was 9 days prior to the hearing, they had mentioned that this hearing was upcoming. They gave them the date, mentioned the availability of the draft EIR. I'd also like to mention, you know, that all that information has also been on our website, letting people know when the hearing, A or B hearing date would be. That was posted over a month ago. So, you know, the information has been out there.
Okay. Do you have any other thoughts about this? Like, I mean, I think we try to be accommodating to them. And then also too is how does it factor in that the EIR has not been finalized? So like sometimes with environmental review, we postpone a decision until after all of the EIR issues have been
the nature of EIRs, right, is that there's a draft EIR, and then that's going through an extended process in this case. I mean, this is an architectural review level application, but you know, there's a couple aspects of it that, you know, go into other venues. One of them being the HRB that is, you know, tasked with you know, looking at the demolition delay of 60 days and making a recommendation to council. The council isn't going to be involved in the EIR and that demolition delay determination. And so there's quite a bit of time. This is not the last opportunity for publics speaking on this matter, on the EIR or the project.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Pop, any clarifying questions?
I just have a quick question for staff in regard to the property that's adjacent to this, if there's information available to us about 123 Sherman. I looked online briefly, and it looked to me like that changed hands in around 2012. Do we know, has the zoning for that property been CC2 for a period of time, long period of time?
There's been changes. In my time here, I'm not aware of that having changed, but that's not something we've researched.
So the residential use that's there has been on a CC2 parcel for
over 16 years.
More than 16 years. Okay, thank you very much. I think that was the only question I had for staff at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, my clarifying question was similar to Board Member Lou's, and I think you've answered that adequately. Okay, so this is the time when we'll open the public hearing. I have several speaker cards here. Each of you will have 3 minutes apiece. The first speaker will be Judith Fields, followed by Jared Jacobs. And if you'd be so kind as to introduce yourself, just your name, and then indicate whether you're speaking to the draft EIR or the design proposal.
My name is Judith Fields, and I live at 2581 Park Boulevard. I'm in one of the condominium units behind the project. I'm speaking to the EIR, and there's something has not been included in the EIR that I think is important. And I guess I'm speaking to the project in the sense that the added traffic on Grant Street is going to exacerbate an already bad, dangerous problem. And that problem is when you go to the stop sign on Grant and Park, you cannot see, literally, because there is parking on 3 sides of the corners up to the end of the, I guess, to the corner. And so you can't see. So what you start doing is creeping out into the road, which is what everyone does. And sometimes it feels like you're beyond the bike lane and you are in the middle of the street before you can really see. And it's a frustrating situation. I know there's been some fender benders. I don't know if there's been anything more dramatic. But I see in the future, with more traffic from this project, as well as more traffic on Park Street as it develops, it's going to become a much worse problem. And Park is not pedestrian friendly at all, partly because people are picking up speed as they go to the freeway entrances, and partly because there's really no place to park, to stop. There's no stop signs of any kind. And you just have to depend on, most of the time, on the good graces of the drivers. So I think there needs to be some mitigation for the dangerousness of this. We need to consider safety for everybody. And I think that a 4-way stop or some other kind of traffic controls can go a long way to mitigate the present and future traffic. Thank you much.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Jared Jacobs, followed by Alice Jacobs.
Hi, I'm Jared Jacobs. I'm the owner, and I live in the residence behind the proposed project. My wife had to leave. She won't be able to speak today. I had some slides. Are those available?
And if you wouldn't just mind indicating when you're speaking to the draft EIR and then also the architectural design.
So I intended to speak more broadly to the project in general. I did review through the draft EIR. It was very carefully written, I can tell, and yeah, so it was very thorough.
It's fine. We just want to make sure that we capture all of the public comments so that they can be addressed in the final draft EIR.
Sure.
Take your time.
So I guess I could begin without the slides. Oh, great. Okay, so this is just another photograph that I took from I guess the report that came from the architects. This is just showing the property, the proposed project, or sorry, the existing building today, and then this here is our residence behind the law firm, and just showing kind of the nature of the spacing that exists today. So the main concern I brought up last time we were here is just that we feel that the new proposed building is very large for the site, just the nature of the neighborhood. Let's see. This is also taken from the latest proposal. Now, I'd like to acknowledge that they've made some efforts to reduce the massing, 2 feet here and 4 feet there. It's great. I appreciate that they're hearing us and they're making, some changes. However, I'd just like to say that we still feel that this is an inadequate spacing, and that anybody who sees this, not just me, I feel like an impartial observer would look at this situation here and say, wow, I feel sorry for the person who lives there. They must, this looks, it's not, it looks like it was done, maybe you could say it's almost kind of like an architectural slap in the face. I don't know if there's a term for this. But I'm glad that there's a notch taken out of here, out of the building, so it's not just a stark wall. But this isn't even as wide as our house. From part of the house, you'll still be looking at this wall. I appreciate that they're doing some studies to see what it looks like. I've modified one of their drawings from the report here. This is what they had, showing that you could see a tree. And I've added here where the actual wall is past the notch, because part of the house will be looking at that. And from here, and I've added the first floor observer. And you can see that on both floors of our windows, we have, all these windows facing southeast toward the sun. It's just, they're looking into walls here. Whether it's this surface or this surface, there's very little sky. I know, I need to wrap this up, I know. This is also from their report. I just wanted to highlight that the backyard area and those window walls are at 100% shadow for 3 seasons of the year. I'm happy to answer any questions. We moved into the place 2.5 years ago. We bought it from the original owner. We were told from the city that the house is allowed to be there and it's allowed to be rebuilt if there's a fire. So we feel like we're there legitimately. Thanks.
Thank you. And please let your wife know that there'll be other opportunities for her to speak to this item. Okay? Thank you. Peter Lockhart, followed by Mark Weiss, and Mark is my last speaker, so if any other members of the public wish to speak, please get in a speaker card.
Good morning. I'm Peter Lockhart, and I'm speaking in support of this. Am I on here?
If you just might wait for a second, could somebody please ask the... Everybody got that? Okay.
Okay, am I on? Okay. I'm Peter Lockhart, and I'm speaking in support of the project at 2555 Park. And I've either lived or worked on Olive Avenue, just a few blocks south, since 1973. And actually, I've known the building since the mid-'60s when Alfred Leong was the gardener. And he was one of my first employers in the landscape contracting business. So he took care of that building. I've known that building I've known it personally for years. Anyway, at that time, El Camino had telephone poles, gravel sidewalks. Sundance Mine Company was a Stanford View malt shop. So I've known the place a long time. The building was built with low cost in mind, and it served its purpose well for years. It is a disaster waiting to happen, though, if you look at it structurally at this point, and it's time to move on. The proposal is cutting edge for Palo Alto and for Silicon Valley. To me, it really speaks of what we're all about now. Times are different than they were in the 60s, and whether we like it or not, I'm having to adjust as well. It's an architectural cleanup. It's a project to me, it's fun, it's friendly, and it's functional. How FGY was able to make the modifications and concessions they have is architecturally beyond belief. I think it's incredible what they've been able to do in response. Now, John Tarleton seems to have a wonderful track record. I know him personally. I can see what he's done
I think he wants to do a quality project, and I think he's put together a tremendous team. FGY's done an amazing job. And from what I've seen, I've looked at the drawings in detail and gone over them. They look, like I said, I think it's excellent. I think it's a vast improvement for the area. As far as traffic, there are other projects that are going to bring far more traffic than this. This is almost a drop in the bucket compared to what's happening in the whole box just down the south. So we don't have to like traffic, but it's going to be here for a while. Anyway, I think it's a good team they put together. I think it's a good project. I've looked at it thoroughly. It's exciting, and I wanted to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Mark Weiss, and Mark is our last speaker, so if I don't get any other cards, I'm going to close the public hearing after Mr. Weiss speaks.
Good afternoon. Mark Weiss, 1788 Oak Creek Drive. I lived briefly on Pepper. I know the area. I don't know Mr. Lockhart, but I remember the Spoletas who lived on Olive. Argentinian immigrants would host charreadas in the backyard, barbecues. It's an interesting neighborhood. For whatever reason, my heart goes out to Ventura. It's an interesting part of town. I haven't studied this thoroughly. I'm a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction here. Predictably, you'll guess what I'm going to say. And I'll have opportunity to open my mind even farther at further proceedings if necessary. And I'll go by today on my way to the P.O. Box or Molly Stone's or whatnot to walk around it. I happened to meet, I don't know them personally, I happened to meet the Jacobs earlier today, the young mother with the babe in arms and the two well-behaved kids who waited 3 hours to have their say and then decided enough was enough. I guess I would simply put, like many residentialists in Palo Alto, we would rather invest in 5.5-month-old Dash Jacobs than invest with John Tarleton.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Okay. We will close the public hearing and return to the board for questions and any comments they have. So we'll begin with Board Member Guyer.
I think this is a great improvement over the last time we saw the building. A couple of things. The front first, or the balcony where the signage is now on, which I think is a better location, but I'm still not happy with the fact that I think that treatment should then turn the corner and hit the building, so you don't see that sort of phony facade concept. If you look at it from the angle, or whatever, this one, where it's that little couple of feet there at. Doesn't wrap around. Right. I don't like where it looks like it's applied to it. I'd rather just see the whole thing. Yeah, that one. I'd like to see it wrap around and actually hit the wall again. Also, I'm just really not a fan of, at least at this elevation, floor-to-ceiling glass in the office spaces. It's the proverbial, you see all the junk and everything else. And what I'd like to see, and I think it would help the design somewhat, is that I like the yellow banding much more than the sort of chocolate brown, copper color. But I'd like to see that made a little stronger. In other words, the band's a little deeper, and I think that would also go a long ways toward adding a couple of feet at the bottom or 1.5 feet at the bottom to get rid of a lot of the clutter that invariably you see crammed up against the window walls of the cabling and the wiring and that sort of thing. And I think it would help the horizontality, because it's sort of a fight now whether it's sort of a vertical building or a horizontal building, and I think adding those 3 bands, the 2 yellow ones and the silver one in the middle, making them a little larger, I think would help. The treatment of the corner elements, I think, is great. I would be able to support this building the way it is now with a couple of, like I said, minor modifications.
Board Member Liu.
So thank you, Heather, for the changes. And I'm sort of I'm on the fence with regard to this project. I think the basic design I like, and then really I've been struggling with the DEE, and I've been sort of rereading all of the staff draft findings for the DE, and then I spent a lot of time looking at the zoning map and rereading the zoning ordinance. And my inclination now is to go against the DEE. I think in past projects we've sort of said that these roof decks on top of the offices were okay because the neighboring buildings were taller, the existing buildings were taller than the proposed projects. And now we're saying, theoretically, the zoning could be on the neighboring sites, could allow for a bigger building, but the buildings are smaller. And to me, that seems like we're sort of, the logic isn't flowing through from our previous approvals. The comp plan, right, is pretty clear on maintaining the scale of California Avenue, and that's generally 37 feet high. Some of the RM40s can be higher, and I think the staff report says that they could be 50 feet on the parcel in back of the proposed project. But that's only true for mixed use, and that's not true for a pure commercial project like this project is. And then if you have a mixed-use project, you get the extra height, but you also have a setback from the RM40 property. Generally, mixed-use projects have to have a lot more windows and balconies for the residential uses. So it's a different kind of building. I mean, it's a different shaped building. As I read, I'm trying to interpret the code, the zoning code, that there's no difference in floor area between a mixed use and all commercial. It's 2.0 floor area. So really, the differences in the height is, I'm interpreting as saying that if you have a mixed use building, you have to have setbacks for the residential use, and then we'll let you go taller because you're building for the setbacks. And so to me, this doesn't quite settle in my mind, saying that because the project in the back could be 50 feet, then therefore I get to build the elevator and the stair towers and the roof canopy. They generally support roof decks and all that. This one doesn't have any planting. And then the tensile structure is 40 feet by 85 feet, which is really big. I mean, I don't know what is planning to go there, but that's not like an employee break area or whatnot. I mean, this is really a very substantial size. I mean, I think that the impact of it in terms of massing isn't that big because it's located in the center of the building, but the language of the DEE is minor, like cornices, trellises, stairs, and whatnot. And to me, I think it's kind of hard to justify something that big as saying it's minor. I mean, I like the project, but it doesn't quite seem to me to meet the language of the zoning code. And I think, as we all know, we have lots of people in the public who are scrutinizing every word in the zoning code. And so I think I'm going to tip my hat and sort of err on the side of being conservative and say that it doesn't meet the DEE findings.
Okay, we'll come back.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you. Vice Chair Pop.
So, Board Member Guyer stole my thunder with the two comments that he brought up. I agree very much with what he has said in regard to the wood paneling wrapping around the edge. I think that would improve the look of that. And the drum that I often beat is the floor-to-ceiling glass is really problematic for me. There's just no way to control what goes on inside the building. And my recent experience walking around, driving around, is all of the buildings that have that are less attractive than I would hope they would be. So I don't mind the glass going full height if you can incorporate a frit pattern or some other aspect of vision control into the building at the lower edge. I think there's a whole series of concerns about this. He's brought up a couple with the wiring and people loading boxes or furniture and things up against it, you know, modesty issues, all sorts of things. And so I just think it's appropriate to consider some type of a visual alternative to the full height glass at that area. In regard to the DEE, I very much appreciate Alex's comments, Board Member Liu's comments, excuse me, and I was struggling with this as well. I think that we have a building that is in an unusual location and has some unusual circumstances. The logic that he's applied, I think, is absolutely valid. I had come to a different conclusion. I think that this building is a transition between the lower buildings that are around it and the 50-foot buildings that are near it. And I like the idea that there is a very soft transition by the use of this roof deck between the areas that are more dense and the areas that are less dense in terms of height. And the one comment that I would have, again aligned with Board Member Liu, is that I just think that the canopy is too large. I think it could even be a little bit smaller than it is. It would be very nice to be able to get up there onto the roof. I think it would be great to utilize that area for employee breaks, etc. Contrary to what I had described for the Borders book space, the Varsity Theater space, where I was saying we need more shade, I think that in this case, having a little bit less would be nice, getting up there and having some space where you can get out into the sun and have some chairs out there that would give people the choice of being in the shade or in the direct sunlight would be great. But the way it's pulled back from the edges and the character of the canopy structure itself, I think, is very appropriate to the architecture, very considerate of the neighbors, and so I'm more inclined to support the DEE at this point. I think that you know, the question of why do you have to go up onto the roof is a fair question, but I think that there's so much benefit of going up on the roof that I don't really need to have you answer that for me. It's pretty clear to me. I did want to just ask briefly, as we're talking about that though, why not the PTOD alternate that the EIR is proposing, this mixed use concept? Is there a, yeah, if you don't mind, could I just get you to weigh in on, you know, it's clear that the no building alternative has a certain implication to it. It's clear that the preserve, upgrade, improve has a series of implications as well. You've chosen to go with the project as proposed, but there is this third alternative, the PTOD alternative, that would be for a mixed-use building. And that is certainly something that would be possible at this site, and I'm just wondering what the thought process was behind purely commercial versus something that might have been mixed use and go higher, bigger, other constraints.
We actually did study the mixed-use scenario very early on, and I'm trying to recall, did we have the same 37-foot height limit, or yeah, that was the rub, is we had the setbacks and the same 37-foot height limit, and it became a non-viable project.
Got it.
So at that point, we focused on the purely commercial. Oh, no, it's the same, I think it's the same 2.0 for the CC2. We have to go back and double check, but my recollection was that we had the same height limit for this particular site for a mixed use because of its relationships around it, and yet we still had the setbacks. So you couldn't actually develop it in the same way.
Okay.
And frankly, that's one of the reasons why we were very excited about the TDM option to reduce parking on the site, because that was a way to reduce vehicle trips to the area, and also to address some of the neighbors. Address some of the neighbors' concerns about traffic on Grant.
Okay. So. Thank you. I have more, but I can wait until the next round.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say that I want to thank you for coming back with the formal proposal. My comments are very much in line with Vice Chair Pop's. I'm in agreement with him on the canopy and the DEE. it's not a problem at all. Where I think the building is very successful is in that in so many office buildings today where we have obscured windows, we have buildings that are not connecting with the street. This building has a variety of indoor and outdoor spaces that communicate and connect with the street really well. I really like what you're doing with regard to the windows on the Park Boulevard side of the building. I really like the notion of these terraces. I think that that's particularly important to connecting to the street. It also allows for a tiered, terraced type connection because you have the first floor, the second floor, and then you have the roof garden. The roof with the canopies, I think, begins to become a very exciting dynamic space. I'm not terribly concerned about the roof structures in relationship to the residential properties that are around it because generally, offices are during the daytime, the residences are mainly at night. Weekends, yeah, people are home in their houses or their apartments. Not a lot of activity generally goes on the weekends, and if it does, people are there for a very brief time. They're in the office. They're not generally out on the roof. But even if they were, what are we talking about? A couple of people, maybe? I don't know. So, however, where the building, I think, is where I have difficulty is on the back side of the building. I don't think the back side of the building is as successful as the front side of the building. And where I have the sort of the rub, so to speak, is why not push the building out, the front terraces, out towards the street and have that enclosed and begin to pull the back side of the building away from the property line so that you could have terraces on the back side of the building. And it's a push-pull type of thing. I know that it's a very dynamic element to the building. Can you just talk a little bit more about how we might be able to get more interest and visibility on the back side of the building, and where I have, I guess where the difficulty is, we recently reviewed a project, the 240 Hamilton building across, and it has sort of the same issues.
Yeah, and you've actually hit on one of the big challenges, and it's wanting
Could you pull the microphone a little closer to your...
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Wanting very much to enliven the property line facades and trying to find ways to bring light and air and views deeper into the floor plates, but the challenge of occupiable space outboard is actually pretty severe. In order to have occupiable space, we've got required setbacks and fire separations, and then even if you do that, the opening, in order for you to be able to occupy it, you have to be the occupancy has to be a minimum of 10 feet away from the opening on the property line. So I think this is 11 feet setback here, and it's 12'6" setback there. So we would have to set this wall back at least another 10 feet in order to begin to get people out there. And even then, they still couldn't come to the edge. They couldn't come any further than the wall actually is right now. So we've tried to find ways to increase that engagement. And you can see, sorry, there are more of those floor-to-ceiling windows that are not very well received by everyone on the two sides. But it's an attempt to open up views and get more light and visual connectivity there. Having people occupy that interior property line is actually a much, well, you all know, it's actually a pretty intense challenge.
Okay, we'll go for another round of questions and comments. Board Member Guyer.
Actually, I'm, I'm okay. Most of the other comments that I thought about have already come out, so.
Board Member Liu, if you want to continue with your questioning and comments.
I don't have anything else at this time.
Vice Chair Pop. Wow, okay. I do have a couple other things. So first, in terms of your site plan, and I really appreciate the choice to move the driveway, remove the driveway, and maintain the driveway that's on Grant. I think that the stop sign that's there helps to control the traffic flow in and out of Park, and that's a very smart way to do that. So I'm appreciative of that move. I also wanted to just note my appreciation for your choice to create setbacks on walls where actually you don't have a setback requirement, to do that in ways that is considerate of the buildings that are around you. I think, for Mr. Jacobs, the challenge here is really that you have a very unusual use in the midst of what would otherwise be a very commercial property. I think that the applicant has done a respectable job here of trying to accommodate the concerns that you are raising in respect to your sight lines and light and shade, shadow, those sorts of things. The separation between your building wall and their building wall is now 32 feet or something like that. I mean, it's pretty significant. And so I'm having a hard time coming to some request for more than that. I think they've done an appropriate job. The presentation that you gave today describing the notch in the corner and the placement of that, it all seems very appropriate to me in terms of the architecture and the way that they're siting their building and drawing away from yours. I hear very clearly what you're saying, and I think that to the degree that we can ask the applicant to be thoughtful about color and reflectivity and the planting that goes on there, perhaps even encouraging a discussion and a dialogue between you and Mr. Jacobs in regard to those items, the species of trees that might occur in those planters, all of those things. I think it would be very, very appropriate and nice for you to interact with him about that as much as possible, he and his family. The details that you provided on sheets 22 and 23 were very helpful for me. I did have a question for you in regard to the spandrel material at the window box along the edge. It's not clear to me what that material is. Is that an aluminum panel? Is it?
That's correct. It's an aluminum panel that's inset from glass.
Perfect.
So you're seeing through the glass to a shadow box surface.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So it's the same glass that would be.
That's correct.
On the face. Okay. I do want to just raise a concern about the horizontal members at the guardrails. The roof deck and at the balconies. I think that that immediately just becomes a ladder. Anybody that's out there that's young, not as careful, still low center of gravity, but they go right over those things. And so I wanted to encourage you to think about potentially a different guardrail design for that area. So I'm talking about
the office building.
The office building, right? I'm talking about the railing that's at the roof level and the railing that's at the balconies.
Okay.
You're showing a horizontal design for those railings that would be very climbable.
That is
I'm very
correct.
concerned about that. So I'd like to suggest that perhaps you come forward with some alternates for that.
For the young children who are in the office building.
I get your point, but people have parties, they have events. That's a nice roof deck that's up there, and
okay.
I imagine that people will bring their children to the office with them occasionally. And I think that I'm not telling you have to change it. I'm just suggesting that you should consider some other type of railing system potentially. I think this is a comment that I've heard raised at the Architecture Review Board a number of times in the past, and I think it's valid. So I just wanted to raise that concern. Let's see.
painted middle balcony, glazing sections. I think that's everything that I had. I'm pretty comfortable moving this project forward at this point, so wait to hear what the chair has to say here. Thank you.
Yeah, and we do see, you know, the age of programmers coming down. They're now in preschool, I think, so. Okay, so there are just a couple of things here. On the back side of the building, I'm sort of in variance with Board Member Guyer. I think that those windows along the back are fine, having them come down to the floor. In fact, you know, the other flip side of the comments that I was going to have is on the back side where you've got this whole wall can in some ways be mitigated by where you've got the high clerestory windows, maybe having those come down even further. Let me, please.
Sorry. That actually, those two right here?
No. The ones
those?
Those.
Oh.
Let me explain where I'm
okay.
going. Federal regulations now are trying to get more and more light into buildings, more natural light, and I believe that this is on the north side or the northeast facing side of the building. So it's rather benign. It's not, you know, heat generated sort of light. There's an opportunity to get more daylight into the building, thereby not having the necessity of using office lights. Also, I know that there's maybe some issues with views, but I think that because of the blank nature of this wall, you know, the backside of the building, that this really begins to add interest as well as light on the backside of the building. So I would entertain that. And then one other comment I had is with regard to the other set of windows that you have on the corner that's facing the Jacobs units. You know, I think that having a colored wall finish on an outside corner is always problematic, where you have a change of material or a change of color. I always, you know, think that having it return around the wall and finish on the interior corner is a much better way to go. So it's not an egregious sort of eyesore here, but it's something that I think is problematic.
Thank you, and I agree with you 100%, except that in this condition, we have a cast concrete wall, which is 10 inches thick, and the infill wall here is stucco. So the cast concrete wall will be in place probably a few months prior to the construction of the stucco wall and its finish. And so we're anticipating that it's actually a very clean condition, and I don't know if there's an offset of, I believe, 4 inches that the concrete will project, and then the stucco comes in, because we're very concerned about that exact same issue, because it's a constructability issue, it's a durability and a waterproofing issue, and we want to make sure that that's a good, clean connection.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Thank you. And if I might go back to this, these are actually already at their maximum allowed percentage of opening on that wall. Are you proposing that the windows be lowered to,
Correct.
Or lower them?
Not widened, but lowered.
Sorry, not increased in depth, but physically the whole thing lower?
Correct.
Oh, okay. We tend to put windows close to the ceiling because the ceiling acts as a reflective plane and it increases its perception on the interior. And because otherwise you get more of a contrast in the sort of a dark corner when you lower a window. Deeper into the space. That's true. We can look at it. We as you know, we're applying for LEED Silver certification, and I think one of our points is also the daylight and the exterior views. we thought this was the preferred approach to achieve that, but I may be out of the loop. Yeah, I think there's a section that he may have seen, but do you have a different experience where a lowered window is better?
Well, you know, my take on it is that if you have a full height piece of glass, you know, like a curtain wall, it's non-problematic because what happens is that there's usually a recess or a return where the ceiling is, a drop ceiling or a soffit of some kind, maybe even pocketed where you have some sort of mechanical shade, you know, up there. However, with a window like this, you know, it could in fact be problematic, and you may in fact be reducing the amount of light if there's a drop ceiling in the space.
Huh.
And so why not just avoid that all to begin with and drop the window down? Also, I don't necessarily think that the window pattern has to be the way you've got it arranged. I want to create more of a visual interest and connection, you know, using those windows. How that's achieved, you know, is up to you. I mean, they could be, you know, windows of pierced opening. I mean,
we hadn't thought about shades on this wall. It's the sort of the northeast wall, but you're right. Somebody could put in shades, and they could also come in with a drop ceiling. So we could look at that.
Okay. So those are basically my comments. Oh, and one other thing, I just want to say that this is really a high quality project in terms of your material palette. There's a real authenticity to the materials, and I think that's particularly important. So any other comments here, or do I have a motion? Board Member Liu?
I just have, I was looking for things in the set. So is there, do you have transformer locations, location meters, final land, like I think you have like an illustrative landscape plan, but I don't see any hardscape, and all that kind of stuff.
Tim Shockey with Fergus Garber Young. The transformer is going into an existing vault in Park, and we're upgrading the existing one that's there. The fire backflow is down in the basement behind the accessible stall, not in the path of travel, but in an area that's not being used for anything else. And then we've got the irrigation and domestic backflows behind the monument sign in the entry area there. I think that covers all the
great. And then
utilities.
Hardscape, so like I think the sidewalk is wider, right? We have the 10-foot sidewalk, effective sidewalk, and so what is that? Is that just regular city gray?
Yes, it's the lamp black city sidewalk. I think we have a 10'5" setback at the planter, and then we have an 11'9" setback at the park stair tower.
Okay, thank you. And then I think for staff too, I think normally we have a standard like boilerplate condition of approval that the final planting and hardscape get submitted, and I didn't see it here. I didn't look very carefully, but I just checked quickly, and I mean I think that's normal, right? And I didn't see that, and they haven't really submitted a final in the set.
I think not all plans need that condition, but projects. But certainly, if it's not there, we should add it.
So I just have, on my page 33 is just a tree protection plan.
28, 29, and 30. Oh, excuse me, it's 29 and 30.
Oh, I see. I thought I was just looking at the pictures on 29, and I didn't see the schedule on 30.
Oh, they have it.
And then like hardscape in your entry plaza? Is that just that's the same as the sidewalk?
It's actually a pedestal paver system, and similar to the one that'll be used on the roof terrace for drainage. At that entry terrace, we're above the garage, so we're working on a waterproofing detail so that, again, the water has to be treated, yeah.
Right. Okay. And I think my last question is, how do you maintain the trees in the second floor planters?
Great question. We didn't show you the floor plans, but there are wall-mounted ladders off of the flat top part of the ramp, so that
Oh, I
you
see.
can get
And you
up.
go through those openings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Interesting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone care to wish to make a motion, or do I have other discussion here?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I'd like to move that we approve the project as conditioned and in accordance with the staff report with a more detailed landscape plan to return to subcommittee, along with a concept for reduction of the canopy structure, a reduced area plan. I don't know, I don't know how to say that exactly, but make it smaller. And I thought that was part of the package, but I should say it specifically. Okay, and so as a part of that approval, we would be approving the DEE, recommending approval of the DEE as proposed. Pardon me?
Am I hearing that your motion includes recommendation for approval of the DE with the reduced
canopy? Sorry, that's a big mess, but yeah.
Do I have a second of that, on that?
Can I suggest?
We need a second.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion? Okay. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I wanted to recommend the wrapping back of the balcony.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, friendly amendment.
I'm happy to accept that. I think we had given the applicant some comments about that and the glass and some other things that I'm anticipating that they'll incorporate into the project at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Would the maker of the motion clarify how much smaller you're thinking for the roof canopy? I mean, like half or 20, or I don't know. I'm just trying to, because it makes a difference in how I might vote for the project.
Yeah. I would suggest it be about a third smaller than it is. About a 30%, 33% reduction, something like that.
Okay, so you're amending your motion?
I'm just clarifying for Alex what my expectation is.
It should be in the motion. We're reducing it by a third?
I'll amend my motion to include an approximate reduction in scale of the canopy structure by a third.
Is that okay with the seconder?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good. Any other comments, Board Member Liu?
Question for the applicant. Is there a photometric?
Excellent question. Our electrical consultant promised us that it would be ready today, and it was not. I'm sorry.
Can I add a friendly amendment that the photometrics go to the subcommittee as well?
You may. I'll accept that.
We do have the light fixtures, as you saw on the elevator.
And they're very nice, very expensive fixtures. Very nice. Thank you.
Quality.
Is that acceptable to the seconder? Yes. Okay. Great. So we have a motion with several minor amendments, that the railing, that the wood, is that what it is? Would continue around the corner on the lower balcony, that the canopies be reduced by a third, that approximately a third, and that photometrics return to the subcommittee. Anything else? Okay, with that.
The floor to ceiling glass?
Oh, the floor ceiling glass.
It seemed to me that a majority of the board was, or maybe I should make, it seemed like a couple members of the board were concerned about the floor to ceiling glass, and I would echo that.
But there was no motion. There was no amendment for that. Do you have an amendment?
I would.
I'll amend the motion to include a reconsideration of the floor to ceiling glass with either some type of a frit pattern or some other methodology to control visual access into the building at the lower portion of the glass.
Is that acceptable to the seconder?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, with the thought that, as you said, it could be a variety of ways it's done, but just something in that sense. That's fine.
And landscaping details to return to subcommittee. Okay, so we have a motion and several amendments. Have you caught all those, Russ? Yes. Okay, great. Okay, with that, we'll vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, and that passes 4-0-0-1. Great. Thank you very much for your time. And we will take a 5-minute break while the next applicant sets up, and then we will. That's a great idea. Let's take a 10-minute break. 180 El Camino Real, request by Simon Property Group, Inc. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Leland Stanford Junior University for architectural review of Phase 3 of the Stanford Shopping Center redevelopment, including 4 new retail buildings in the location of the former Bloomingdale's. The 4 new retail buildings have gross floor area of 131,105 square feet and net floor area of 119,799 square feet. The project includes associated site improvements and redesign of the center entrance from El Camino Real. Zone, community commercial, environmental assessment, exempt from the provisions of California Environmental Quality Act per sections 15302 and 15304. If staff would like to introduce the project, and I see we have a new planner. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Atkinson, and I'm a new planner here with the City of Palo Alto, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you. This is my first ARB presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Chair Lippert and board members. The proposed project is phase 3 of a larger 3-part redevelopment initiative at Stanford Shopping Center, which updates and evolves the shopping center and seeks to integrate old and new. As mentioned in the introduction, the project includes construction of 4 new retail buildings in the location of the former Bloomingdale's, so the Bloomingdale's building would be demolished. The project would be primarily visible from El Camino Real and Quarry Road. You already mentioned the proposed gross floor area and net floor area of the project. 2 of the buildings are 1-story and 2 buildings are 2-story. The project also includes associated site improvements and a redesign of the shopping center's entrance drive from El Camino Real. The project would remove the existing Pavilion 1 and include modifications to the existing Pavilion 2. The project complies with the development standards for the Community Commercial Zoning District, including the maximum floor area established for Stanford Shopping Center itself. The project was brought to the Architectural Review Board in October of last year for preliminary review, and this is the first formal hearing on the project. The applicant, Simon Properties, and the rest of the project team has put a lot of thought into the project. Staff is seeking ARB's input on the site design, project architecture, streetscape elements, such as overall paving patterns, landscaping, lighting, public art, and pedestrian amenities. Some key areas that staff would like feedback on are the pedestrian area between building BB and the new Bloomingdale's building, in the area where 3 trees would be removed as highlighted by our urban forester. And also given the traffic moving through that portion of the area. The Transportation Division mentioned the design of the area between Bloomingdale's and the new building DD in terms of the tenant space and the tenant cafe tables, and I'm thinking about pedestrian circulation in that area. And yeah, of course, the public art plazas are a key consideration, and pedestrian crossings along Shopping Center Way. The applicant has requested the following few staff clarification remarks on the staff report. When comparing the architectural drawings and the landscape plans, the applicant proposes the number of olive trees at the entrance shown on the landscape plan L2-1 instead of the number of trees proposed on the architectural drawing. So if you could focus your review on the number of trees shown on the landscaping plans. They would also like to remove 3 trees that are shown on the approved Bloomingdale's parking lot. These 3 trees are proposed to be removed in order to open up views to the Bloomingdale's and the new building BB. However, the removal of those trees would impact the ability to meet the shading requirement of 50%. So the applicant proposes to meet the shading requirement through other locations or otherwise. Would appreciate ARB feedback on that point. Also in regard to lighting, the applicant requested clarification about the proposed light poles. The staff report says that the proposed light poles do not match the existing white light poles throughout the shopping center, and that is correct. But the applicant wanted to make sure that staff said that the proposed light poles are proposed to be consistent throughout the project scope shown here in phase 3, and also the proposed light poles for all of the interior work that is outside this particular review and subject of a current and active building permit that has not been approved by staff. Key considerations for this architectural review at this first formal review include successful integration of old and new architectural gestures, cohesive urban design elements across the shopping center, and ARB consideration of a parking adjustment under Municipal Code Section 18.52. .050B to place some of the required bicycle parking spaces within a landscape reserve area. And indeed, the area would not be landscaped as is typical. It would be a hardscape area shown in reserve, either because the spaces would be in the existing parking structure or on sidewalks. Staff recommends Architectural Review Board review the proposed project, receive public testimony, and continue the project to a date certain. This would allow key inconsistencies to be resolved in the plan set and allow the latest project plans to be uploaded to the city's website. And staff would like to confirm that we have not received any correspondence from the public at this time on this project to date. And regarding supplemental materials that are available for reference should you need them, we have the color and materials board before you, paving samples, and the approved plan sets from phase 1, and the preliminary architectural review drawings that you saw last October, should you need those. This concludes the brief staff presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And I'd also like to thank Senior Planner Elena Lee for being here and being available to answer any questions as well.
Thank you. Okay. So the procedure we'll follow is that the applicant will have 10 minutes to make their presentation. Then we will return to the board. The board will have some questions for staff, just clarifying questions. Then we'll open the public hearing. After the public hearing, we'll close the public hearing and then return to the board for any questions for you, as well as comments and hopefully some sort of a motion. So with that, if you wouldn't mind just stepping up to the mic and introduce yourself, and you'll see that the yellow light will come on when you have 1 minute left.
Begin. Hello. Hello, my name is John Lee.
Can you bring the mic closer to your...
I am with BAR Architects. We're the architects of record for the Stanford Shopping Center renovation expansion project. Before we begin our discussion, I want to say that a subsequent ARB application is forthcoming, which will address signage, graphics, perimeter lighting improvements at entry points to the center, and building improvements visible from the public right-of-way. So today, I'd like for us to focus on our redevelopment site, consisting of 4 new shop buildings, the new pavilion. Here's the 4 new shop buildings, a new pavilion 5, the art plaza right here, and the status of the art program, shopping center way, which is right here, and pavilion and paving materials that we are planning to move forward with. And I'd like to frame our discussion around the perceptive comments that we received from this board from our preliminary hearing back in October of last year. 4 new buildings in the old Bloomingdale's footprint are simple shell retail buildings, with the exception of course, the Building BB second floor office rental space. Heeding the board's comments from the preliminary session, we studied many designs for the mixed-use building, looking for different aesthetic and styles. We decided on this solution: a light, airy, sophisticated design evocative of a modern Northern California architectural heritage, and inspired by the simplest of all garden structures, the trellis. As with the other retail buildings, the ground floor facade is comprised of full-height tenant-provided storefronts, in this case 22 feet high. All of these will be reviewed and approved individually by the ARB. Second floor facade is composed of vertical and horizontal extruded aluminum banding, crisscrossing over a continuous window system, providing scale, depth, and complexity to an otherwise very simple facade. The main curved canopy is supported by structural steel brackets, is now integrated to the building facade. We are using simple palette of materials and colors: wood soffits here, charcoal gray painted steel brackets, wood tone aluminum, and vertical and horizontal slats, which are indicated here, and neutral color rain screen panels, which is here, and an integral color smooth plaster finish at the secondary facades, which are designed to be simple backdrops to the more exuberant tenant storefronts. Regarding Pavilion 5, at the intersection of our new streets, we're building a new pavilion reminiscent of the existing skylit overhead pavilions along Portico Way, which is our main street. Only this pavilion will rise higher and is grander than the others. It is designed with a similar trellis-like components to complement the new building aesthetic. And this aesthetic, by the way, has become a catalyst for improvements to the pavilion designs internal to the project. This is a side view, side elevation, and this is a cross-section right through that pavilion. In designing Pavilion 5, we rediscovered its importance as placemaker, as board member Lippert had pointed out in the preliminary sessions. Beneath this pavilion, and continuing down a new main street, anchored by Bloomingdale's on this side and then Macy's at the other end, we are providing dining and seating opportunities in a landscape setting that echoes the beloved Portico Way. Regarding building AA, which is here, CC, and DD. Building AA and CC both are 1-story tall. Full-height storefronts are 26 feet tall, designed to be the same height as the adjacent existing buildings. Building DD, a 2-story building, is prominently located at the terminus of the diagonal walk leading from Caltrain. This is building DD. It is a 2-story building. As I said before, a single major tenant will occupy all of its second floor and partially its ground floor. A major restaurant tenant will occupy the remaining ground floor. I think you can see it over here. With its primary frontage and outdoor dining oriented to the southeast corner of the building, energizing this very important entry plaza. The building facade shown here in this rendering is only representational, but it does suggest the scale of what the tenant has to do to design an iconic 2-story structure that will anchor this most important vista into the center. The Art Plaza at Portico Way, which is here, an entry drive from El Camino Real Shopping Center Way, form one of the primary vehicular and pedestrian gateway to the Stanford Shopping Center. Simon Properties Group is keeping the Arts Commission well informed of the status of the public art program. We've identified 3 locations on our plans, 2 of which is here at Art Plaza, and the other being on the south side of Bloomingdale's. Will be prominent from the public right-of-way. Maximum footprint sizes and heights are represented in the plans, but the final artwork design are still in the proposal stages. The artists have been selected, and we are excited to see the first concept sketches in 6 weeks' time. The cypress trees along Shopping Center Way, originally proposed along the Shopping Center Way, which was not in favor by, I think, every member of the board, has now been changed to mature olive trees. And we chose that, and they're located here primarily. And we chose that to better relate to the very popular planting palette that's currently at Fleming's. New light poles similar to the ones at Fleming's will light the pedestrian path leading into the center and be used throughout the mall, improving lighting levels substantially everywhere for nighttime activities. The diagonal walk of Caltrain's, diagonal walk to Caltrain will be similarly illuminated with replacement pole lights to match the rest of the center. So finally, we come to our paving. The single most effective thing one can do to rejuvenate and unify the look of the center is to refresh its old, worn-out paving design. We investigated many repaving options, including every street, major and minor, with a beautiful porcelain tile, which you have in that sample tray, but found the immense scope plus conflicts imposed by time, noise control, and hours of operation would have made it nearly impossible to accomplish. So rising out of this, we found an alternative solution that will alleviate most of the constraints and produce a result that we believe will outperform our original idea. It is sustainable and looks terrific. We have a sample there right in front of, and it looks terrific. And it's almost terrazzo-like if you take a close look. So what is the solution? It is bead blasting and machine grinding the existing concrete paving that is there, the surface, to a consistent finish. Add topical sealer to blend the colors and to protect the surface from wear and weather. We will apply this finishing technique to all newly poured concrete surfaces of around the buildings.
If you could wrap it up, please.
Okay. And then we will additionally place the gold accent tile and the gray tile, porcelain tile, in those areas underneath the pavilions and plazas. So we have the best of both worlds. This paving layout, along with other street amenities such as planters and street and seating, will address the remarks of Board Member Pop relating to creating a hierarchy in the ground plane designed to provide visual order and to this intricate network of streets and outdoor rooms. I have one conclusion. Many of the issues raised in this staff report seems to be resolvable, and we are requesting the ARB's approval to move forward. In parallel, while resolving any conditions to satisfaction of the board and staff, in order that the community can enjoy the renewed Stanford Shopping Center as early as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, we'll return to the board for clarification questions, beginning with Board Member Liu.
So thank you for your presentation. I do have a couple questions. So on the shopping center way entrance, I think you're removing trees, so like only half of it would be planted with the olive trees, right? And then the rest would just have lighting. And I was wondering what was behind that decision. Was that the potential of like olive trees blocking views and signs and whatnot, or is there was there something else?
Yeah, Gary Lehman with the Gazzardo Partnership. Part of the intent there was to create this new art plaza, which we envisioned as complementing or taking advantage of the new building facades, both at Fleming's, at the redevelopment area for building BB, as well as the new Bloomingdale store. And we saw the opportunity there to be able to sort of allow for the view into those spaces, to let the architecture sort of define that area. We still have trees over on the Bloomingdale's facade that would remain, but the intent was there is to sort of neck down that front entryway with the olive trees, kind of keep that more compressed kind of experience, and then as you move to that intersection, the space kind of opens up, and then you see the Fleming's facade with its olive trees, so we're sort of continuing that idea from Fleming's into this entry drive. You get to see the vineyard vines, and then we have a new carpet of roses and lavender and sage that sort of takes you up to the sculpture areas. And so the idea was there to really remove those trees and open up that vista and make a more dramatic space out of that.
And then you're also showing like stamped asphalt?
Yes.
And then if you could sort of explain to me how that ties in with, I think there's also stamped asphalt at two of the locations in front of the Bloomingdale's entrances, and they're different colors, like one's sort of reddish and one's very black.
Yes.
And then is this intended to be one of those, or is this like a third color? Or
I believe the colors may be in your tray there. There's sort of those swaths.
These are pavers.
They didn't make it in there. To be delivered in a moment. The intent is to have the same patterning and the same sort of banding that we have at those other locations. In this location, we're going with a more muted palette that sort of picked up on the coloration of the concrete. So the idea is that we're sort of bringing that color from the concrete ground and polished finish out into that plaza area and have a little bit more of a muted statement there, as opposed to emphasizing the a bolder color that sort of does tie into the rest of the areas. The red that you see in the new Bloomingdale's area is the same color that was originally used at the other crosswalks, and we're anticipating that red will sort of tame down and become more muted, more in sync with those other areas as it matures.
Just a clarification question for you on the black stamped asphalt at Bloomingdale's. How do you feel about that? Because I was looking at that yesterday, and I'm not sure that that's. Oh, it hasn't been, got it, it's not done.
It's not done. Exactly.
Got it.
There's a
That's fine.
logistical issue there with closing down that street, and it does need to occur, obviously, but it will be that, that same red or color when it's
Got
completed.
it. Thank you. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have at the moment.
Board Member Pop? Sorry, Vice Chair Pop?
Both are fine. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very helpful. And the staff report's great. I wanted to ask a couple of just clarifying questions in the staff report. You mentioned some trees that were being removed, impacting the shading in the parking areas. Could you help me understand where those are?
Yes, of course, thank you. We can compare on the architectural drawings. You might be actually able to see them there. You can see the redevelopment phase 2, which is the Bloomingdale's scope of work line. And you can see the proposed new light poles. Let's see, closest to the new plaza area. And you can see 3 trees that are kind of grayed out that are on the Bloomingdale's, exactly right there where the green laser pointer is at. And so, oh, sorry, thank you. So the trees are right here. These trees would be removed. So they're shown on the architectural drawings, but they're not shown on the landscape drawings.
Okay, so those are the 3 that will be removed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And then could you tell me, the light poles that are being proposed, are those already in place in other locations around the shopping center, or is this a completely new idea?
Great, thank you. The light poles, it's my understanding the light poles are proposed for here and then interior to the shopping center and so forth, and that they're similar to, if not exactly matching, the light poles that are installed right here at Fleming's.
They're already in place at Fleming's. So we're continuing something that's already occurring.
Already occurring in limited areas.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Is that
That's
true?
all I had. Thank you.
Board Member Guyer?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm looking on G4, and I mean, I understand demolition, everything else, but I notice there's a comment about decommissioned square footage. Can somebody explain that to me?
Sure. You're looking
how
at
do you sort of-
G4? G4?
G4. For the Crate and Barrel and the adjacent store, it says decommissioned square footage of 16,000 square feet. How do you decommission square footage? It's either there or it isn't.
Correct. Thank you for your question. This was a topic that was discussed for about a year. So this is not new topic to me personally, but not newer to city staff. And as part of approving the Container Store and remodeling the Andronico store, there are 3 levels at the former Andronico's. There was an office space at the very top, restrooms, areas where they did deli prep and so forth. Then they had the main first floor, and then in the basement is where they had, refrigerators and so forth. So as shown on the approved building permit plans, the spaces on the 3rd story were demoed and returned to concrete, and it's just an existing open space. And then the basement, all the refrigerators and the elevator pit and so forth, all of that was removed, and it was returned to existing, to concrete and so forth, and it's no longer used. The stairs are still there to access both locations. It could actually be reused and transformed as a tenant space. Staff discussed this in detail with the applicant, and the applicant submitted plans they're actually not in this plan set, but they submitted plans showing that this space was indeed open area and decommissioned. Staff made sure that this floor area was included as gross floor area, because indeed it does exist and it is gross. And it was a concern to staff that was not reflected in earlier versions of the project plans. So a lot of conversation went on around this particular question. So this decommissioned area is included in gross floor area, but is not included in net. And I would let the applicant describe a little bit more what they'd be willing to do, but the applicant does not intend to use the space, and they have submitted plans showing that it would not be utilized, and they'd be willing to write a letter stating that under the circumstances that they're not proposing, and it would not be returned to commissioned space under any circumstances.
Wow. Luckily, I'm wearing brown shoes. And I don't mean to belabor this, but I mean, I've built more shopping centers in my life, or designed more shopping centers in my life than I've want to admit, but I've never heard this term. So basically what you're telling me is they didn't demo the space. They basically are just saying they took the various whatever usable things out of it and said, honest, we're never going to use it again? I mean, is that basically?
Kathy Shields with Simon Property Group. In essence, that is true. I mean, it is basement space, so you couldn't demolish it. It supports the building that's there. But it is the intent that the space, for retail purposes, it's not really space that's suitable for a retail use, so we would much prefer to be making use of our net floor area, which is limited by our entitlements, in places where we can truly, maximize the economic performance of the center. So yes, and we would write whatever letter is necessary. We would never intend to return that space to service, and if for whatever reason someday we opted otherwise, that would be something that we'd have to do with regard to the city and still make sure that we were within our entitlement limits.
Okay, thank you.
I've got just a couple of questions here real quick. In the shall we say, the pedestrian walkway itself, how do we look at canopies and things like that in terms of floor area? Is any of that included in the floor area calculations?
Do you mean the areas underneath pavilions and so forth, and breezeways and things like that?
I was looking at the canopy proposal here. It looks like an espalier or a trellis type element with some skylights, and it looks pretty solid. And the question is, how does that, it actually has a sidewall to it, and how do we calculate that, or how do we look at that in terms of floor area? Is it just netted out because of the previous canopies that used to be there?
I can look at the specific code section that talks about what does or doesn't count as floor area. The areas that are breezeways underneath pavilions are not currently included in any gross or net floor area. And it's my understanding that areas that are primarily for pedestrian movement through, not intended as retail space and so forth, that those don't count towards floor area. However, there are some outdoor spaces, kiosks and things like that that would count towards floor area. So I'd be happy to look at the code section, the definition for you more specifically.
I'll comment on that later. My issue is that because they're proposing dining and seating in that area there, cafe type dining, would that count as floor area? And would we look at it as such? Does the chief planning official?
I'll just say, in previous shopping center proposals, we have seen umbrellas, we have seen kind of retractable type canopies. If they're solid permanent canopies, that might have a different kind of floor area implication than retractable or awnings, if you will. Because I know that we have seen some of these cafe areas at Stanford as, hey, they're eating outdoors and when it's in, nice weather, and then they go indoors when it's not, and then they don't count if they're just outdoors, not under anything.
I think that needs further clarification. There are some canopy areas that are already through the shopping center, and netting them out, I don't necessarily have an issue. If we're creating more floor area, then we might in fact be triggering their limit, going over that limit. I'm a little concerned as Board Member Guyer is with regard to the decommissioned space and what's to prevent a tenant from using it as storage area, for instance. It still counts, it's not being used as retail floor area. So I think that those are sort of some issues that need to be clarified. And then I just want to bring up that, originally when I came on the board the first time, we had looked at the Empire Tap Room. In fact, it was the previous tenants of the Empire Tap Room, and they have that dining patio, and then they went and they were going to have retractable awnings in there, and then the retractable awnings became something a little more permanent, and now they're gone again. And the question is, it's sort of the same sort of rules. How do we apply that kind of?
And I think with the Stanford Shopping Center, it seems that somewhere along the line with a development agreement related to the Sand Hill Road, square footage became a term of art rather than the term that we use in the downtown or other places, the gross floor area. So, net square footage is a different animal when it comes to Stanford Shopping Center.
Do you have something that you wanted to add to that?
Regarding the square footage of pavilions. In our plan, we are removing, as part of the renovation package, Pavilion 1, which is the existing overhead pavilion at where the Art Plaza is. So the construction of Pavilion 5 would effectively net out the square footage that may be apparent.
Yeah, that was where I was sort of going with my line of questioning, and I wanted to make sure that was documented. Okay. Any other preliminary questions? Okay. What we'll do is, you have one more, Vice Chair Pop?
In our packet, we received a document about the signage criteria, and I was just wondering if there was any staff comment or any critique of that we should be aware of. Is there any particular comment on that you're looking for from us? The signage package that came, we haven't described that here, but it's part of our materials for today.
Thank you so much. So there were a lot of iterations on this project before the firm September 25th project plan. So the draft tenant signage criteria and the updated paving plan came in after. I included them as attachments as a courtesy so that they didn't show up at your seats this morning without the benefit of review. However, I allowed this tenant signage criteria to come in as it pertained to your review of the architecture of the project. It wasn't this draft tenant signage criteria was not included in the public notice, and staff has not done any analysis on this, so it's not before your decision today.
Great, because it sounds like the applicant is submitting a separate application that's going to come to us in regard to signage. And we've been asking for some time for an update to the signage criteria so that we don't have to look at an exception every time it comes through, and I assume that's where this is headed, but it sounds like this might be a little premature for our discussion today. Is that accurate?
The content of the tenant signage criteria, I was not anticipating that would be a discussion point, although it was provided as something, if it would be helpful regarding your review of the architecture.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, so now we will open the public hearing. If there are members of the public that wish to speak to this item, you may do so at this time. I don't have any speaker cards, so I will close the public hearing, and we will return to the board for comments and hopefully a motion. We'll begin with Board Member Liu.
Great, so thank you for this submittal. I think you've been fairly responsive to our comments. My main concerns are, at the moment, the south side of buildings CC and DD. I think you've got substantially blank, flat facades that face outwards. I realize like CC is really kind of just facing the parking garage. And I do acknowledge that DD has sort of the rounded corner feature, but they're relatively, I mean, they're blanker than I think most of the other walls in the shopping center. And I was wondering how you came about that. I think on some of the other blank walls in the shopping center, there are murals or awnings or pilasters or planting, but at the moment, I don't see any of that in this particular submittal.
Buildings CC and DD, there are fire-rated requirements for those walls because we have transformers there. Oh, okay, thanks. And the technical problem. Oh, I see. Sorry. Why don't you advance on that? Okay, thanks. Okay. And also, you notice that there are electrical rooms which have fire rated requirements on the exterior wall. In most of these cases, and this, I may address some of these walls as well. There are code prescribed areas that is required for solid rated walls. And in our case, we have brought the storefronts along the sides and kept the center of the walls mostly solid to address that issue. And in the particular case of DD, we do have screening in front of it. These trees and this bioswale configuration is intended to be a screen against the dead-on traffic on Plum Drive. Now, however, the tenant here is also has the option to sheathe over that fire-rated wall that we have created. We've created the wall purely for code reasons, but the tenant has the option to bring their finish all the way around on top of that fire-rated wall, and that is our hope. Does that kind of answer the question? Oh, it is. Okay, it's in the tenant criteria that they're encouraged to do that.
I'm going to say, I think of the two buildings, right? I mean, CC is sort of hidden by the parking garage.
That's right.
But DD is sort of terminates the pear lane axes, and so to me that's very important.
It is.
I mean, I think when the time comes for the facade improvements, because that one faces outwards, it will come to the board. I think some of these interior ones won't come to us, but I do like the corner. I did notice that you made the corner change and stuff, and I think that does help a lot in reducing the sort of apparent length of the what is it? The Palatine, of the Palatine walk.
That's right. And then, in addition, we have indicated in our drawings placement of the sculptural acrobats, which is currently located on this building here. We have transplanted it over here in an attempt to decorate that wall a little bit more.
And then can you explain maybe if there's any landscaping? I mean, I understand you have a planter strip at the curb, right? But I would say, just as an example, the existing Bloomingdale's store has planted walls on their blank facade on the existing building, and it doesn't look like you have anything at the moment in your plans. Although I realize you have lots of service stores and whatnot.
Right.
You could have a blank wall with the green screen or whatnot.
That was actually one of our original proposals, but I think given the fact that this is a tenant-provided complete store design, 2 stories, it would be not our position to impose any kind of landscape facilities features right on the wall. It would be their proposal if they so choose.
Okay, I think we'll move on and come back to you. Okay. Vice Chair Pop?
All right. Well, just following up on that, I too was very concerned about the very stark character of a number of the walls along the courtyards. And I actually, I was kind of marking up where I saw, really blank surfaces, and the extent of that is significant. And so I think that we're likely to, in our motion today, have a continuance to a date certain. And I think one of the things that I'm going to ask you to look at as you come back to us is some other methodology for creating some interest in those walkways, because part of what I really love about the shopping center, my wife is busy in the stores, is walking around. It's beautiful there. The landscaping is beautiful, the character of the plantings, and just the environment is so pleasant. And these fairly narrow, will be very severe, I would say, as they're designed today, walkways could really be improved with some thought and a little bit of care. And so I'd really like to ask you to think about that and do something a bit different there. I think that the pavilion structure itself at the intersection is attractive and detailed and really very nice. Very much appreciate what you're doing there. The same is true of the canopy on building BB. The brackets and the canopy design of that, I think, are very interesting, very handsome. Looking forward to that addition to the shopping center. Wanted to just ask you a quick question about how you're managing. I noticed some details about the gutter and some lower portions of the building that have some guttering on them. Is it too premature to ask you about how we're going to handle where the water goes out of those? Is it internally managed to a storm drain, or where does that? Are there exterior drains on the building? I'm just not seeing any detail about that.
Well, there is already designed a very sophisticated system of draining the roofs.
Okay.
Your question's directed to the gutters, but in the bigger scope of things,
I'm talking about just control and management of all the water runoff.
And then also drainage of the paving. There is that C3 requirement that we treat all the drainage water from. So therefore, we provided bioswales to drain that surface water into, and we've worked that into the whole scheme of planters all along here. For instance, these planters here, drain this particular zone, and then these bioswales areas, which, by the way, will mitigate some of that stark wall that you're noticing here. They are also treatment areas. And then underneath this street, there are these great cisterns or tanks, which are holding tanks for the treatment of rooftop drainage.
Got it. All right, that's terrific. Thank you very much. Let's see. The other area I wanted to comment on, the driveway approach and the art plaza that you've got designed, I think are very nice. I'm a little concerned about the lack of trees. This very stark contrast between dense trees right as you come off of El Camino and then nothing. And so I wanted to see whether you might consider interspersing at greater intervals some trees between the light posts in that area to sort of come from dense to less dense to none. And that gives you the impact at the art plaza that you're looking for, but that there's a transition rather than it being such a hard cutoff. I too was over at Bloomingdale's yesterday, walking around, driving around. I appreciate that it's not all complete, but it felt fairly austere over there. And I think as the trees grow in and things mature and all of that happens, it'll be quite nice. But that will take a period of time, and I think that it won't be harmful to have a bit more. And so I'd like to see a bit more proposed there than what is suggested today. Otherwise, I'm very much in favor of what is being presented. I think the changes that you're making to the paving patterns, the materials that you've suggested are very much in line with what I was hoping to see, and so I appreciate the direction you're headed, and that's all I have for today.
Well, thank you for your comments.
Board Member Guyer?
Well, I have to sort of agree with everything that, or pretty much everything my other board members have said, is that it's a little tough to obviously make it or get a sense of what the final outcome is going to look like, because we don't really know what the tenants are going to be there, what their storefronts are, that sort of thing. But it is true, I did the same sort of thing where I, sort of analyzed these blank walls, and it just seems like for a couple of these buildings that are right on the corner there, that on one of the main, or the driveways you come in, it just seem like awfully big blank walls, and just putting, the old, put a couple of trees in front of it to hide the architecture, I don't think is a good solution to, to architecture. So I'd really like to see some additional thought given to that to make those work in a little better. I think you did do a good or a much better resolution of, I think I initially said it looked like an office building that had some stores on the bottom floor. Now it does look like a shopping center that has some offices on the second floor, which I'm fine with. So I think it's come a long way, but there are some areas that I think need some improvement.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I've seen this project now, probably this is the, I don't know, maybe the 25th time I've seen this shopping center in 16 years. So there are a couple of things about the project. First of all, I like the initial partie a lot. The initial concept of having the bull ring when the center of the shopping center, or the center of the buildings where they intersected, had been hollowed out, and it was an oval that was in there. And I thought that that was a very dynamic element. If you think about all of the buildings that are built at the shopping center, they all have a theme. When you think about the projects that we, the ones that we approved for the Sand Hill Road improvements, we started off with the triangular building at the corner of El Camino and Arbor.
The P.F. Chang's building.
The P.F. Chang's building. It was Arboretum. Yeah, that had a theme to it, and it was a very seductive, very elegant building. And then the Wilkes-Bashford building. And then we had the building where, I guess, the Pottery Barn store, right? But then we had where American Girl is now, right, in that building. So they all had a very distinct theme. What's the theme here? We've lost the oval. What is the theme of this complex of buildings?
That's a good question. In our minds, as I stated in my opening statement, that the whole idea of the Garden Village is very strong. It's a very strong heritage of this entire place. And I would say that the theme here would be, in these four buildings, is to reinforce that idea. And hence, what we've designed is pretty much a kind of a non-building with the vocabulary of what you would imagine a garden village to have. One thing that we've started, it's always been, we don't want to do a pastiche Italian village, or some sort of, little themed fantasy kind of, I've done a lot of those myself, as a matter of fact, Mediterranean style shopping center down south. We didn't want to do that because we see in the heart of this complex, really honest architecture. And the big part of what we're doing is to strip away all the pastiche stuff that has accumulated. So I think that our theme here is to really bring back the honesty and the purity of, you might want to label it mid-century modern, but I don't want to put that label on it. But, the real honest modern architecture that was so prevalent when this complex was conceived. And then, layers and layers of stuff was piled on top of it. So that's really our theme. We want to design a building that has real honesty in material, honesty in its form, and very simple.
Yeah, I think that's part of the dilemma that I'm having, is that it really doesn't have a theme to it, and that because of that, it lacks the necessary vocabulary that describes what goes on there. It is, you've got shops there, obviously, and you've got a really great shopping center, but what I find is lacking is the building doesn't speak, it doesn't talk, it doesn't tell a story. And what does become the dominant element is the tenants that are in there. If I look at the plan as how this is broken up by tenants, they're tenant spaces, and it could be in any shopping center in any city in the world. And so maybe what has to happen is that there needs to be an overriding theme. And I believe you started with something that was great, that I was very supportive, which was the notion of the oval in the center, so that when you walked through the space, it then opened up and it allowed for another area of excitement to happen. In some ways, what I'm looking for is maybe a peeling back of that intersection so that the tenants, the individual tenants, begin to have a stepped-in area inside that open area. It doesn't have to be circular. It could be angular, or rectangular or square.
Right.
But the idea is to try to get a whole bunch of things happening around this area then. And then you have a seating area that's in there, and maybe some artwork or a fountain or some plantings, and it becomes a point of arrival. And you can tell people that I'll meet you in the, it's not an oval, but I'll meet you in the oval at Stanford Shopping Center. So that becomes the theme of those buildings. So I'm gonna move on because my time is up, and I'm gonna move on to Board Member Guyer. Do you have any other comments? Board Member Liu, and then we'll go back.
So I think I did want to respond to some of the questions that staff had for us. Right? So I think there was a comment about the number of trees, and you're okay.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I think I would just encourage you to add more small trees. I think in looking at the middle of the shopping center, with all of the awnings being removed, to me it feels a little stark. I don't know how you guys feel about it and how the reactions that you've had from shoppers, but it seems like a little stark to me, just a little bit. But again, it's hard for me to gauge it because it's that's my first reaction. I haven't really looked at it very carefully, but it does seem a little empty. I actually liked all of those arcades and awnings and stuff, although I realized that they were getting, dated. I definitely want to acknowledge that. The space between building BB and Bloomingdale's, I was looking at the space now between the new and the old Bloomingdale's, and I think that's actually a nice space. I think that's actually like fairly handsome. And I think the building BB, I think, is a really beautiful design. I think it's a significant improvement from the last time we saw it. I think all the lattice work and stuff is very handsome. On the public art, I don't really have any opinion yet because it depends what the artwork is. I mean, it's so open. It's so open-ended. I would say that, I was looking at the public art at the new Mitchell Park Library, and I know that the Public Art Commission spent a lot of time working on the site-specific nature of it. And so if that's the process that we have going forward for artwork, the 1% for art, I think that that's in good hands. On the lighting, I think it's fine. I like the old poles. I like the new poles. That's fine. I think you asked about the integration of new and old buildings. Is that it? Is that correct?
That's an important consideration. Throughout the whole entirety of the project, I was specifically looking at basically the match lines between the Bloomingdale's project and this Phase 3 project, where you have scoring patterns, you have bike racks and utilities, and the design of that area for pedestrian flow, maybe the cafe tenant spaces, and in concert with where the light poles are placed, there might be just, the flow of those areas.
I know. And I think it's hard for us to say. We don't really have the hardscape plans at the moment, so I think that would be very useful. And then I think just all the paving around the existing Bloomingdale's is fairly minimalist, right? And it seems it's different than all of the warm colored of the new and existing paving. So I think that would be an interesting to look at it, is where does that transition happen? And then I think just on the new and the old, the shopping center is just always evolving. Like it's never really always the same. I remember when there was Woolworths back in the day, and all that. It's amazing how it constantly changes, but it's always good. It's always nice. I thank you guys for maintaining the high quality. And then I think you had a question about the parking adjustment for the bikes, and I didn't really understand that. I looked at the bike sheet, and thank you guys for doing the inventory, but I didn't really quite get what the plan is for the reserve. You're saying the bike parking would be reduced, is that it? Or is just placed in a different location?
Thank you for that question. So there is a bicycle parking requirement for this project. It's 96 bicycle parking spaces between Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. There are location requirements, clearance requirements for the actual installation of the lockers and the racks, lighting requirements, coverage requirements, and so forth, pretty extensive in the code. There is this additional provision in the code where the applicant can ask the ARB to recommend approval to the director that a certain portion of the required parking spaces, be it auto or bicycle, be deferred. So basically, maybe they're not needed at all, this or that. And so for auto parking, it's up to 50%. And for bicycle parking, it's up to 25%. If someone wanted to defer bicycle parking at a rate greater than 25%, then that would require a variance. So the applicant's not asking for that. They're asking for, well, actually, originally, they were asking for 50% of the bicycle parking spaces to be deferred, but they said they weren't interested in pursuing a variance. So it's 25% of the 96. They're asking to be approximately 24 spaces to be put into shown as in reserve. The second aspect of the request is that typically, if you were not going to provide all the parking and put it in reserve, it would be a landscaped area, green. And then in this case, it's requested that it be hardscape. So there are two aspects to that request.
Okay, thank you for that. And then was it the 25% reduction, is that based on an actual study? Was there an actual study showing the?
I can let the applicant speak more to that, but yes, there is a study available.
Yes, there was a study done by Fair and Peers in which they assessed the current usage, and that they determined that the actual usage at the shopping mall at the moment is very underutilized. So for what's existing there at the moment, it's grossly well, maybe I shouldn't say grossly, very underutilized. And that was the basis upon which we were looking for the 50% reduction. What we understood in conversation with another department, city department, that we were allowed to go to 50%. We've subsequently clarified that it's only allowed to go 25% without the variance. So we will work to the 25%. So.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Pop.
So, Alex, I didn't hear your opinion about the, you asked a question about what staff was looking for direction on, but you didn't voice an opinion about the bike reserve or whether or not that you felt that was appropriate. Do you want to add that to the conversation?
Well, I mean, I think in the back of my mind, the the shopping center is a regional destination. I mean, my friends who live in Berkeley and San Francisco will drive down for the day and spend the day at the shopping center, and they don't come by bicycle. I will go on occasion to the shopping center by bicycle, but I understand that it's it's a regional thing and it's not necessarily a local destination. And I think when I had asked for the bike sort of count before, it was because there are times when I've gone and some racks were like completely full and then others were completely empty. And it seemed like to me, in my mind, just that the needs weren't necessarily being met, or they were just, they weren't necessarily in the right places. So that was where I was coming from. I wasn't really thinking about total quantity, but really mostly just location.
Great. So I think I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we continue this project to a date certain, and we can talk to the applicant about whether or not November 6th works for you. I'd like to suggest that as the date.
Yeah, if you can come back to us quickly, November 6th would be probably the next available date. If not, then we don't need to make it a date certain. We can just continue it and advertise it.
The only meeting which we would have to continue it to and not that we can't advertise for anymore is October 30th, which is really a quick turnaround, but there's time to advertise for the 6th or the 20th.
I think the 6th would be beneficial because we'll have this board in place still at that time.
Yes, if we want to keep the same membership, November 6th, we have the same members.
Just for the applicant's knowledge, there's a turnover that will occur in the board here after November 6th will be the last day this board is together, and then we'll have 2 new members coming to the board.
Right.
And so there's an advantage probably to having all of us still present. So if you can get back to us on November 6th, great. But if not, you should let us know.
The other advantage is that you only have to persuade 4 as opposed to possibly 5.
Right. Well, there is a good that's a good idea. So we will go for November 6th.
Great.
Of course, it depends on what are the conditions that we have to come back to.
Great. So let me just continue crafting the motion here. So we'll continue this project to a date certain, which will be November 6th, and ask you to come back to us with a clarification regarding the area calculations, addressing the blank wall areas, a coordinated landscape and paving plan, including transitions to existing areas, looking at placement of bicycles and consideration for the bike reserve as you've requested, and that's what I had as my list, trying to be more thorough in my motion this time.
Do we have a second on that?
I will second.
Okay, we have a seconder. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Not at this time.
Okay. Seconder, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I think we've covered everything.
Okay. We'll have some discussion. Board Member Guyer, do you have anything that you wish to?
No, not really. I mean, other than I sort of agree with you, the same sort of thing, maybe more of a development of that intersection within the actual, you know, right in the middle of the various, it becomes sort of a, you know, a lot of the whole facility has these sort of nodes that I think are created by just what's going on around it. And even though, you know, we can't very well determine exactly what's going to be happening in the various shops going in, but allowing some space for it to occur in that central area, I think might be helpful.
Okay, my comments. There are a couple of things here. The first thing, obviously, is the bicycles. I think that the bicycle parking is really paramount to the success of this project. We have an obligation to reduce our carbon footprint. And with that implied is that we reduce greenhouse gas emissions, encouraging people not to drive to the shopping center, to bicycle, to walk, to take alternative means of transportation. We already have the Marguerite Shuttle. Across the street is the transit center. It has the second highest ridership on the entire peninsula. The first highest is San Francisco. So there's no reason why people cannot take the train to Stanford Shopping Center, walk there, bicycle, take the train on the bike, take the bike on the train now, and get off in Palo Alto, bicycle to work, and then bicycle to the shopping center. We have the Stanford Medical Center, which is coming online. So my guess is that people who are there with their infirmed relatives or friends will find a distraction to get away and come to the shopping center, and they necessarily don't have to park there. They can actually take one of the VTA smart bikes, bike share bikes, bicycle to the shopping center. So maybe some accommodation be made for VTA bike share there. We have the Hoover Pavilion, where they're building the office building across the street. Again, you know, ideal for people to walk across the street. We don't want people to get in their car, drive across to the shopping center, and then drive back to the Hoover Pavilion again. So I think that the success of this is really predicated on getting bicycle racks that are close to and near the entrances of stores, and they need to be dispersed throughout the shopping center so that people feel as though they can get around the shopping center and not have to lock up their bike and walk forever. So, so that's my first comment. The second comment has to do with the illustration, the rendering that's there of the entrance that comes off of El Camino Real, and has to do with the trees that are being removed. I believe that that's something that we previously had reviewed and approved, and those trees were supposed to be there. This is what I see. I believe those trees are being removed so that you can see the shopping center better as you come in. And I think the seductivity of the shopping center is that you don't see things immediately. You see things as you progress through the site. As you're driving along El Camino Real, you see the Fleming's building and you see the Bloomingdale's building. As you pull down that entrance, the trees obscure what's beyond. But as you get closer and closer and you get near the parking, you begin to see the shopping center. It begins to unfold. The question is what's unfolding there, and there's no theme yet. So that's what I'm looking for, is what is it that I am being pulled into the shopping center and pulled through this procession of trees, and then I arrive there and see and maybe it's the artwork at that point. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that we do have a requirement in the city that every 10 parking spaces actually have a tree, and this is again for cooling purposes. We don't want hot parking lots. We want cars to be shaded. It all has to do with reducing the heat island effect. Yeah, thank you very much. So I think that that's highly appropriate to not remove those trees, and I would encourage even more plantings. So those are my comments. I don't have to include that in the motion. I think you get the idea of what I'm looking for here. Any other comments? Okay, so just in wrapping things up, we're voting to continue this before we take action. Is there anything that you wish to say in closing remarks or a rebuttal or anything?
Yes, we do have something to say. This is Ron Zatunian, Design Director for Simon.
Okay, great. And if you could just introduce yourself and speak into
Yes,
the
Ron
mic.
Zatunian, Director of Design and Planning for Simon Property Group. I wanted to...
Please talk into the mic.
Yes. I wanted to address some of the concern regarding the integration of the new development with the existing. And what we haven't showed you today is the overall plan, which if I'm going to try and find, as you see here. Because today's hearing is not to discuss what's internal within the shopping center, I wanted to mention that the new development, which you see here, is basically how would you say, the last sort of gesture that can provide the completeness for the overall shopping center. And what it is doing is unifying the entire shopping center by creating this avenue that connects Macy's to Bloomingdale's. And what that does is it alleviates and also, how would you say, identifies this Portico Way as not the only main street in the project. Lady Ellen Place becomes yet a new avenue, a new destination. And if you look at the existing conditions where Bloomingdale's sits right now, Electioneer Square is basically an undesirable space. What we are doing, in a sense, I'm trying to think of the right words, is we're preserving the wonderful tarnish, if you will, of the shopping center, and we're providing a kind of new polish so that the integration of public spaces, common spaces, become less linear and much more dispersed, as you'd find in a true city. So if one, excuse me, if one could imagine that, I mean, the term village we use a lot, but I like to look at this as a fragment, if you will, of a larger city. It could be a fragment of Palo Alto. So what we've done is something very sophisticated and not readily identifiable by looking at a plan. And what does that mean? It means that, which we haven't shown you today, the trellises that you seem to like and the treatment of the materials that make up the trellises and the skin of Building BB have been brought back into the existing shopping center. What we are doing along those lines is basically adding some trellis-like elements to the existing pavilions number 2 and 4, providing human scale, adding another layer of embellishment with some very soft lighting. As you know, we have a new, I guess some people call it Neiman Marcus Plaza, but it's the Park Plaza, which has this wonderful fountain, which you've seen. So what I'm trying to say is that the project, in concert, I should say the existing conditions and the new development in concert with each other have choreographed a series of spaces that people can go to, not just one space, meaning Pavilion 3 or the Art Plaza, but we now have a revitalized series of gathering spaces that are discoverable. You know, as you had mentioned, you discover, let's add trees to the main entrance so that you discover the shopping center and you find these wonderful sort of view corridors. We've stepped back a bit and we've looked at the overall plan, and we've woven elements that we all cherish in the existing shopping center back into the new development, and some of those new elements that we've discovered, solutions to building BB, for example, we found ways to extend those kinds of subtleties into the existing development. And what we weren't able to show you today are some of the renderings that indicate where some of the new development iconography is brought into the existing conditions, because it's not in your purview today. But I think when we return, we may show you an overall plan that basically indicates some of these elements. And I'm trying to cram as much as I can in here, but regarding the percentage for art componentry and responsibility we have, we're really taking that to heart and embracing it as something very important. So what does that mean? Consistent to what I've described regarding the various common spaces and public squares, we've located art in this location as well as the location along the diagonal from the Caltrain, but we also have art.
I think
in Pavilion 3.
We have to close the hearing.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, and yeah, we'll vote on the motion, and we'll. So, Board Member, Vice Chair Pop, you had something else you wanted?
I'll do it after the vote.
Okay. So.
A brief staff clarification.
Mm-hmm.
On the motion, there was a statement about further, when the project comes back, the interest was in the demonstration of the further development of the intersection of the facilities.
That wasn't in my motion.
It wasn't in your motion?
It was in Mr. Guyer's comments, Board Member Guyer's comments.
Okay, so that's not included in the motion.
It is not included in the motion.
Okay.
Okay. So all those in favor of the motion of this item being continued to November 6th, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Okay, that's unanimous 4-0-0-1 with one board member having to recuse themselves. Thank you very much.
I do have just one quick closing comment for the folks who are managing the shopping center. When we reviewed the Container Store application, we were quite flexible about the landscaping that was out in front of that store. And I've been by there a few times recently and was not thrilled with the way the landscaping is being maintained or looking. And so I'd ask you to just go over there and take a look at the pots that were put out there. I think they are dramatically undersized, and the material that is growing in that is not surviving very well. So I think it bears some additional thought over there. Thank you.
Okay, so it's after 2 o'clock now, and I really don't have any announcements except to say that they had interviews for applicants for ARB last night, and that because a city council candidate is actually applying for a position on ARB and PTC, they decided to not vote on the appointment for myself or Malone Pritchard until after the election. And so that will not happen until November the 10th. So you'll have us both for one more meeting. What can I say? So
Can't get away, can you?
it's like the Godfather movie, you know? I keep wanting to leave and they keep pulling me back in. So we are adjourned. Thank you.